81, 80 and over 92 kilo contests. We're going to be having the awards ceremonies from inside the ring throughout the afternoon, and it promises to be an absolute spectacular of an event. We have got on the big screen QR codes. If you want to get your face on the big screen, then use that QR code and get onto our World Boxing 2024 app. And you can scan take a photo of yourself and put it through the AI generator and become a boxer. Like the guys you see up on the screen. There's also a fan cam, we'll be sending the fan cam live a little bit later. But what you need to be doing most of all today is enjoying yourself and enjoying the boxing. So what I'll do a little bit later, I'll be shouting the boxers to the ring. So I'll be saying, ladies and gentlemen, introducing your boxers to the ring. And that's when I want you to get off your seats and give it some cheer. So some good AIs coming through already. So if you click the AI generator on the app, once you scan the QR codes, and then you can upload your photos. Choose your red or blue corner. There we go. So we're going to be starting in about 12 minutes time, which is plenty of time for you to get refreshed. So ladies and gentlemen, there is a fan cam if you want to get on that QR code, and I'm going to go live with the fan cam in a second, and I'll look at a few faces down here on the floor. So you should be coming on. Keep the phone steady, it says. So you should be able to see my face in a minute. So we've got Dave there. There we go. Smile, gents. Fantastic. So we'll go around and we'll see the doctor, shall we? So we'll go to Ashley. Here we go. Say hi to the doctor. got the supervisors down there. Let's go and have a look at the media side of things. So we've got my commentators over here. Yes, Stacey? Are you doing all right? Yeah, good, good. I'll let you crack on in a minute. I'll come back to you. So, we got Japan. Got Japan on the screen. There we go, fantastic. There's our security guards. So say hi to the security this evening today. As you come in. Is all you guys jumping over there? And then all you guys are over there, so fantastic. So if you want to get your cameras out and get on the fan cam, you'll be able to see. Get your own faces up there. So we'll have a look. There we go. So keep those front cams going. So we have a commentary today. Olympia Blue Campbell. So another 6 minutes and we're going to be on there, so keep those front cams going. full stop.
Well, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome from the English Institute of Sport here in the Steel City. And it was right here where the international schedule got underway in January with the World Boxing GB Open. Since then, competitions in the USA and Mongolia, and here we're back in Sheffield to round off an excellent year of international competition. We're in for a treat as it's finals day, so a chance for the boxers stepping into the ring today to take gold and set themselves up for a big 2025, which of course includes the World Championships next September, which will be held in Liverpool. Plenty of home nations represented on show today. Rare that GB boxers get to compete on home soil, and this will be twice in a year, so a great opportunity for their family, friends and supporters to watch them live and get behind them. And there may well be plenty to cheer about as 7 England boxers will step into the ring today. 2 of them, in fact, going head to head. The women's 66 kilogram final, the only one to see 2 competitors face off from the same country, Kayla Allen and Dion Berman, and what a cracker that promises to be. So 4 men and 3 women represent England today. Brazil have 3 women and 3 men going for gold. They promise to be exciting as they box with plenty of flair. 5 finalists for Japan, who really impressed this week with their technical ability, ferocious speed and style. We also have Korea, Mongolia, China, Chinese Taipei and Italy competing for gold. Today on the World Boxing YouTube channel you can enjoy all of that world-class elite level boxing. Indeed, 7 of the boxers in action today competed at this summer's games in Paris, including Brazil's Luis Oliveira and Shudai Harada of Japan. They'll go into battle in the men's 57 kilo category.
National Lottery, Sheffield City Council and Sting. Your competing countries are Brazil, China, Chinese Taipei, England, Finland, Germany, Italy, Japan, Mongolia, the Netherlands, Pakistan, Panama, Singapore, Switzerland, Thailand and Wales. So, ladies and gentlemen, the officials are ready, the boxers are ready. It's time to make some noise, it's time to start boxing. Introducing your red corner to the ring, representing China, give it up for Wan Zong!
Well, she beat Finland's Kaivo Oja in the quarter-final, who was a rangy, tall fighter and had to find a way past those long levers. Lost the first round on all 5 judges' cards in that quarter-final, so really had her work cut out, but got the win and showed real perseverance. She beat Thailand's Lolita Chainarong with a 3rd round stoppage in the semis.
Blue corner, give it up for Hikaru Shinohara.
Well, the 21-year-old making her European debut, former Asian youth champion, beat Mongolia's Lutza Khan in the quarter-final, unanimous points decision in the semi against Yushan Liu of Chinese Taipei. Really exciting opportunity for Shinohara to stake her claim for a big 2025, and what a team the Japanese have brought here, and they've really impressed, caught everybody's eye. Real technical ability, ferocious speed, exciting to watch.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is bout number 69. It's a women's 50 kilo final. Your officials at ringside: Judge 1 representing Italy, Judge 2 representing World Boxing, Judge 3 representing the USA, Judge 4 representing Australia, Judge 5 representing World Boxing. Your referee representing World Boxing, Paola Faloni. Round 1.
And we're underway, and this promises to be a real action-packed encounter. Often is the case, of course, with the lighter weights. This is the 50 kilo category, and these two have impressed all week, and you'll be able to hear their teammates cheering them on. Every single shot, every element of success will be cheered along. And alongside me today, I've got the pleasure of the company of Luke Campbell, of course, Olympic champion, highly successful professional career as well. Luke, we expected this one to
straight action,
to set alight pretty quickly, and it certainly has done so. And there's some really nice work to the body from Shinohara.
Yeah.
Back up to the head as well. Good to see her mixing those shots.
Thank you for the introduction and having me here today.
Well, we'll definitely have more of a catch up with you as in between the rounds. It'd be great to hear what you're up to, and of course how important and special it is to have competitions like this in Sheffield. But here, getting backed up now, Shinohara. Zhang just pushing her back against the ropes and getting to her. There is a slight height and reach advantage for the Japanese boxer in blue. Shinohara of Japan in blue and Zhang of China in red.
Zhang's got that lovely tight defence, walking Shinohara down.
We were saying yesterday that particularly with some of the lighter weights in both the men's and women's categories, it's so fast, the exchanges, that you can barely see who's landing the shots, and therefore it can be really crucial to either have the last say after that exchange or make sure you're landing really clean shots that the judges can make no mistake about, just to sort of state your claim really, because fast and furious these exchanges.
During the tournament, has the scoring been high or has it been low scores?
It's been, I tell you what's been notable, sometimes there's been a few standing counts that you thought might have been a little bit soft, let's say, although obviously it's important to say that it's really important for the referees to protect the boxers. But
yeah,
I would say that, but I think in terms of the scoring, there's not been anything that's been particularly, really shocking.
Yeah.
Been a few 10-8s though. Oh, lovely. Nice, really nice work on the inside from the boxer in red from China, but equally great work on the outside from Shinohara as well. Of course, it's to her benefit if she can keep this at range.
Shinohara is always the first one that's letting the exchange go on the inside.
And I like it as well, Luke, that she is going down to the body as well. She's mixing her shots up a lot, so
she's had a lot of success to the body there in that round for me, Shinohara.
Well, let's see how the judges have this one then for the opening round. Both boxed really well. All gone in favour of the Japanese fighter in blue, Shinohara, and you can see why. In fact, there's two 10-8s there from two of the judges. So
10-8s.
Well, that's interesting. Perhaps wouldn't have seen it as a 10-8, but certainly you can see why there's an argument for Shinohara there, no doubt about that, because her work on the outside was excellent, and working down to the body as well. She was really slamming some of those body shots in. But I was just going to say, sort of, how great it is, because you were on the programme for a long time and probably never had the chance to box on home soil, and now twice in 1 year, and then the World Championships in Liverpool next year. It's great for the sport in this country, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is. I've had some fantastic memories in tournaments in the UK.
Round 2.
And the EIS being one of them. Shinohara straight out, firing shots again.
Her work rate as well, but also she really loads up with those shots, doesn't she? She's sort of really twisting her hips and gets that good whip on her torso. She gets good leverage on those shots, and that's a lovely combination from her there. Uppercut to the body and the lead hook to the head.
She's Shinohara's a taller opponent of them both, but keeps getting brought into exchanges on the inside. But she's actually beating Hong from China on the inside.
And that's what's interesting, isn't it? Because often people don't credit fighters with those long levers with being effective on the inside, but Shinohara creates the space with which to get those shots off up close, despite having those long arms, and really good work from her. And it's becoming increasingly difficult for Zhang to really have any impact here.
Yeah.
There's just a flurry of shots coming her way, and really difficult for her to evade them.
You can see how hard Hong from China's working, but she seems a bit messy at the moment on the inside. Certainly Shinohara from Japan's got the cleaner work rate.
Well, as I mentioned before, she did have to come from behind Zhang in the quarter-final against Finland. She was down on all the scorecards in the first round and managed to turn it around, but not sure she's going to be able to do it here, although she is having some success now just by sheer will of pushing herself forward. But
Sheer pressure and will, yeah. You know, she might just be one of them that is a slow starter. You know, when I was boxing.
point deduction there
wow.
from the referee.
I didn't really see any warnings for that, if I'm honest.
That has happened a couple of times this week, actually. Myself and Lewis Richardson missed one completely yesterday. Wow. Admittedly, it was that quick. It was, blinking, you'd miss it, but that one was a bit more obvious that when the referee gave it. But yeah, that was not happy with the way that Zhang was going about her work, but you can understand it in sheer desperation just to get forward. She's stuck her head on her chest and just trying to get at her, but Shinohara just not allowing her a sniff of an opportunity, really. Nice work again from Shinohara. When she's at range, that's superb, isn't it? And really accurate.
It's that right and left hook she keeps walking her onto. It's working a treat every time. And it's really helping her hold the centre of the ring. As Hong from China is trying to walk her down, she wants to be in the centre of the ring.
And is that a good combination, would you say?
I used
obviously
to love
when
that
you're
combo.
against the southpaw.
I used to love that combination. Because you're bringing them on to the backhand and then you're setting them up for the lead hook.
Well, I don't think anything will have changed for Zhang in terms of the scores here. I think we'd be expecting a clean sweep again from the judges. All went in favour of Shinohara for the first round, and we're seeing the same again, and it's becoming an increasing gap now. Two more 10-8 scores.
You understand the 10-8 score with a point and deduction, but the first round I was a little bit puzzled by that.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think perhaps it was wide enough for that, but really good performance from Shinohara nonetheless, and really got their tactics spot on here, and Zhang finding it really difficult. And you do get those contests, don't you, where everything you try, either because you don't have that level of experience or there's just a different level in quality at that stage of somebody's career. There's little you can do, and that's where you just have to commit yourself and give absolutely everything for your pride and your development, and do what you can. And that was great work from Zhang there, sharp shooting and finding the gaps between the guard of Shinohara. That's really good from the boxer from China in red.
You can see how much Zhang wants this from China. She's relentless with her pressure, with her combinations, but just quite not happening for her, really.
Yeah, she's certainly given a great account of herself here, and in this third round she's come out all guns blazing, and Shinohara having her work cut out just to keep her off. Really difficult to set yourself as well, isn't it, for Zhang, as she's trying to make her way in, and Shinohara just slamming that backhand right into her head guard and her face, which she loses that momentum then and has to reset every time. And she's pinned her back here though. And she does work well, Zhang, doesn't she, Luke? When she's in close, she's good at finding those gaps, but ships an uppercut there which knocks her head back.
The thing now for Zhang is that she's down on the rounds and she has to force and push the fight, so she'll be making mistakes maybe she wouldn't normally make, but she's got no choice now. She needs to put the pressure on. And the only way she can do that is by charging forward, throwing as many punches as she can.
It's been really entertaining, this opening contest of the day. This is what we'll expect from every single bout, of course. Gold medals on the line, an opportunity to finish the year on a high and get set up for 2025, and lovely exchanges on the inside from both of them. Coming up to the final minute now of the third round, and there's been a lot more even this third round, I would say, Luke.
Yeah, I think the pressure of the first couple of rounds has certainly been a lot tiring for Shinhara from Japan, and you know, she's maybe breaking it down a little bit now, but I think it might be just a little bit too late. Shinhara again stands in the centre of the ring, throws straight backhand and brings her onto that lead hook every time.
A little bit scrappy at times this third round, but Zhang doing everything she can just to try and get right up on the chest of Shinohara and force matters, but Shinohara, lovely work off the back foot there. Excellent opening contest for us as Shinohara raises her hands and receiving a great deal of applause from the crowd here and showing their appreciation for what was an excellent display of technical boxing from both of these two, Zhang of China in red and Shinohara of Japan in the blue. Both making a really good account of themselves and kicking us off in style here, Luke.
It certainly was. You normally see the southpaw being the counter puncher, but on this occasion Zhang from China was the presser, the most aggressive, but she just got outboxed, I think, and she just got beat to the punch today.
Let's get the official announcement then from our MC for today, Craig Denholm.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, bout number 69. After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials at ringside score a unanimous decision victory in favour of your winner and women's 50 kilo boxing cup champion 2024. Boxing out of the blue corner, representing Japan, it's Hikaru Shinohara.
Tears of joy then for Hikaru Shinohara of Japan. That's what it means to these boxers. It's a huge part of the pathway now for them. Of course, all of these boxers have been looking ahead to the major tournament next year, the World Championships, which will be held in Liverpool. And then further down the line, of course, LA 2028, where we're hoping boxing, of course, will feature, and a very emotional Shinohara celebrating with her coaching team as she makes her way out of the ring. Well, what a great start for the Japanese team. Always good when you get a first teammate win under your belt, Luke, isn't it, to start the day?
Yeah, it changed the momentum of the team spirit. Really does. When you get that first win for the team, it just sets the bar then for the rest of the team to go out there and win.
Well, that's the first of 5 Japanese boxers in action today, and certainly the rest of the team will take a great deal from that, because a winning start for Japan. Well done to China's Zhang as well. Gave a really good account of herself. It just wasn't to be for her today. Coming up next, we've got the women's 54 kilo category, Mongolia and Chinese Taipei.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to bout number 70, which is a women's 54 kilo final. And introducing your boxers, making their way to the red corner, representing Mongolia. Give it up for Yesigen Oyuntsetseg.
Oyuntsetseg of Mongolia in red won gold at the World Boxing event held in her native Mongolia in September. She's very talented. She's caught the eye this week with her quick feet and those little raids and flurries, and she's in and out very quickly. She beat the Italian Elena Savchuk in the quarter-final and earned a unanimous points win over Korea's IGM yesterday in the semi-finals.
And ladies and gentlemen, making their way to the blue corner, representing Chinese Taipei, give it up for Cao Wen Huang!
A big cheer then for the boxer from Chinese Taipei as Huang enters the ring. A double Olympian, got bronze in Tokyo, competed in Paris in the summer, and she's a two-time bantamweight world champion. Beat Tantawa of Thailand in the quarterfinals and then progressed through the semis with a unanimous points win over Brazil's Tatiana de Jesus. She's tall with those long levers, boxes well at range, draws her opponent in. Maybe in for a real tactical display here between these two.
Judge 3 representing World Boxing, Judge 4 representing World Boxing, and Judge 5 representing World Boxing. Your referee representing Great Britain, Mr. Stuart Mann.
So the crowd really up for this one then. Oyen Tsetseg of Mongolia in red, Huang of Chinese Taipei in blue. Getting to work with that backhand straight away, and that's what we saw yesterday from Huang Luke. Really well timed.
Yeah, that
straight as an arrow backhand.
Certainly is. She's holding in the centre of the ring, lovely, and walking her onto that backhand straight away.
And timing's going to be key for Oyen Tsetseg there. As we saw, she was able just to slip that jab and counter. Not quite as frantic this one, Luke, is it? A bit more measured, and as I said, I expected a tactical affair between these two.
Yeah, these are boxers that are just looking for the counter punch. So they're trying to hold the centre of the ring. And
what Huang did really well yesterday was just off that jab taking an extra step, and it just made sort of the distance even greater for her opponent from Brazil to try and break down. And she was really effective when she got her shots off and then took an extra step, and the Brazilian just couldn't close that gap, and seems to be utilising that well today, although Oyen Tsetseg is having her own degree of success here as well. Just waiting right on the end of that jab, ready to pounce. Great to hear the whole team getting behind their teammates as well. It does make a difference when you're in there, Luke.
oh, it certainly does. Every time you land a punch and you've got your team screaming for you, it makes you just want to throw more.
That was great work off the back foot from Huang. Just caught Oyen Tsetseg twice as she just came stepping in. She's just there ready to pull that trigger of that backhand, isn't she? Very relaxed style as well.
I think the class from Mongolia at the moment seems just to be outshining it a little bit at the moment. So you can tell her confidence is growing second by second.
A really intriguing one this is, and having seen them both in action in the semi-finals yesterday, I expected a close affair. It's just very different styles and who can impose their style in the most effective way. So far, who would you say has done that as we come to the final 30 seconds of the opening round, Luke?
I believe it's been a good 50-50, but I believe Mongolia, the red corner, is coming on a little bit stronger near to the end.
Really smart work from Oyen Tsetseg in red from Mongolia, because she's just waiting, isn't she? She's not diving in, not rushing her work. It is intelligent pressure for the most part, where she's just waiting for that little gap to then let her hands go.
Tsetseg, for me, won that round. She was a little bit more the presser, but also her counter punching was fantastic.
Let's see how the judges have it. So yeah, really difficult to separate the two. And that just goes to show the judges got it 3-2 in favour of Huang, the boxer in blue from Chinese Taipei. So let's have a look at some of the work from that opening round. And there we see that really effective backhand from Huang. Oyun Tsetseg just waiting for those little gaps and taking the chance to...
I think Tsetseg now will come out a little bit more aggressive and really start letting the combinations go.
She's going to have to, because it's all in the balance here, and I think she has recognised that if she applies the pressure in the right way to Huang, she can get at her.
Tsetseg knows that Huang is looking for that right hand every time.
There's a lovely backhand to kick things off for Tsetseg there.
There you go, she's coming out.
Look at that head movement. Upper body mobility there, making it difficult for Huang.
I really like Tsetseg's style. She seems to have real flair. She's got great footwork, and she really started letting the combinations go at the beginning of the round.
And the body language here tells you, Luke, that she's come out here with a great deal of confidence, and she won't be denied. She's really come out ready to set the pace here, just triggering, twitching, trying to force Huang to let something go so that she can counter.
Huang has such an awkward style though to get past. She's so tall, she's got a great reach, look at that.
And that low lead hand then just flicked up in the face of Oyun Tsetseg, and again just took that fluidity from her and that momentum. Light on her feet, Oyun Tsetseg, she's just trying to draw something from Huang.
I think Tsetseg cannot have the patience to wait. I think she really needs to use her footwork and her combinations like that and really jump on her.
You can't allow Huang to do that, can you, Luke? Just tee off on you.
If you sit off Huang, she's just going to pick you off all day.
Really interesting one, this. Real chess match. Quite different to the opening contest. The backhand from Huang lands there though. And another. Oyun Tsetseg needs to reply.
This is really good boxing from both. The boxing IQ in this fight is really high. I'm enjoying watching it.
Yeah, very high level and really experienced, the pair of them. Oyun Tsetseg in red won that gold medal at the boxing event in Mongolia in September. Huang, of course, the double Olympian, got the bronze in Tokyo, so vastly experienced, and you can see them both having to draw on all of that experience now, but then putting all that to bay for a moment and just going toe to toe. We love a bit of that as well.
We certainly do. Tsetseg for me is pressing the fight now, using her footwork and her combination. She's just got to be careful coming out, getting tagged with them long levers from Huang.
It's really difficult to initiate an attack against a boxer like Huang, isn't it? Because if she takes a step back and just sticks out those long levers, it just leaves you in no man's land. And
it's very awkward style she's up against here from Huang.
She's really applied herself well here though, Oyun Tsetseg, and made this extremely competitive. What a contest we have here. Two very contrasting styles, and they've both got completely different attributes as well. Yes. And the cheers behind us might tell us something about the scores. Well, indeed, 4-1 that round in favour of Huang of Chinese Taipei.
I need to figure out how they're scoring these rounds.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because, and this is what we've said, you know, through each contest, it's, I guess, you preferring the back foot.
Yeah, I guess it's what
boxing
the
of Huang, or
fancies.
The front foot pressure of Oyun Tsetseg, and who's landing the more significant, cleaner shots, and both having a fair share of it, as you can see there on those highlights. Right, well, we really do have a fight here, and Huang knows that she's got to be sharp. She can't afford to take anything for granted in this final round, and Oyun Tsetseg won't want to waste a second. She's got to get at her.
Setseg's got a big challenge now in this round. She really needs to apply that pressure and catch with some convincing, eye-catching punches.
And you see these seconds as they tick away here, Luke, as she's just waiting and trying to launch an attack. Huang has just stuck out that jab 2 or 3 times already, and that clocks the points up in the minds of the judges, you would imagine.
Wang will sit and wait all day. She's very patient, but it's Setseg that has to set the pace. She cannot stand off Wang, otherwise she'll just get picked off.
Such a high level here that the margins for error are minuscule. If you just mistime that shot, you will be punished. Such is the level of these two competitors. Just falling short there. Swing of the backhand, but finds a home on this occasion for Oyun Setseg as she pushed Huang back up against the ropes, but she never looks too flustered. Straight back behind that jab.
I've been in Setseg's position on many occasions on tournaments around the world where you're a round or 2 rounds down and you've got to force it. And sometimes when you force it, you can make mistakes. And that's what Wang wants now. She's standing off her and just waiting.
Picking her off with those check hooks now, isn't she? And just using Oyun Setseg's momentum against her. Final minute coming up. And she does have such an awkward style, Huang.
She really does, but I really like Setseg's style. I think she's got great footwork, good movement and a good flair to her boxing.
Good work for the Mongolian as she puts combinations together, but a little smile from Huang to let her know it didn't bother me. Flicks out that jab once again. Nice work to the body. Just goading one another, trying to evoke a reaction. Backhand makes its way through from Oyun Setseg. A flurry to the body.
Great work there on the inside from Setseg, letting her combinations go and finishing with a lead hook to the head.
Final 10 seconds, crowd on the feet, really imploring both of them forward as Oyun Setseg beckons Huang forward, but she's not going to take that bait and skips away, presumably to victory, raises her hands in anticipation of that, and another really, really high level contest and very, very different to what we saw in the opening bout, but that's what you can expect from today. Completely different types of contests and different styles, but all elite level.
Very high boxing IQ there from both ladies. Very high. It's great to watch. I've seen Setseg there encouraging her into for a bit of a toe-to-toe, but Wang was having none of that.
We had some real showboating and charisma yesterday. We'll certainly have that later, particularly from one of the Brazilian boxers in particular, Cavallo, who we'll see later. But let's get the official announcement of this one from Craig Denholm.
Number 70. After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials at ringside score a split decision in favour of your winner and women's 54 kilo World Boxing Cup champion 2024, boxing out of the blue corner, representing Chinese Taipei.
So a win by split decision to the delight of Huang of Chinese Taipei, Seo Wen Huang, and much to the joy of the very vociferous support that she's got here, on the feet, waving their arms, and she shows her appreciation to them as well. Credit also to Yasugen Oyun Setseg of Mongolia. She gave a great account of herself and really forced the pace and asked questions of Huang at time, but she was able to answer them, and a really good gold medal for Huang, which gives us opportunity, Luke, to see what you've been up to since you were winning Olympic medals and smashing up the lightweight division in professional boxing. How's things been?
Yeah, good, you know. I had a good 22-year career. and you know, I guess it got to the point in my career then where I was constantly away from home and young kids growing up, and I didn't want to miss out. And you know what? That was the decision for me to retire from boxing, was just to be at home with my kids. I'd had a fantastic career. I'd boxed the best of the best, the pound for pounders. On some occasion you could have thought I won, on others I got beat, you know, but it was, I thought I had a great career, very proud of what I did.
How does it feel coming back here to Sheffield?
Well, when Lee rang me for this, I always try and make this because it does bring back some lovely memories. Even though when I was here, you know, I might have not wanted to be here at the time because I was here for a long, long time. But it's great to look back.
Wonderful. It's great for all of these boxers to see Luke Campbell here, of course. He's been there and done it. Of course, a big inspiration for everybody on the GB and England boxing squads and the international boxers as well. So great to have you with us. And women's 57 kilo contest next. As we see in the red corner, Jocelyn Sequeira Romeo of Brazil, former Pan American Games gold medalist, and served in the Brazilian military as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, making our way to the blue corner, representing England, give it up for Vivian Parsons.
Just talked about the boxers on the GB squads and the England squads who'll be looking up to the likes of Luke Campbell, who sits beside me today on commentary, and one of them is Vivian Parsons, representing England today on the GB Academy squad from Brixton. Beat Italy's Zanoletto in the quarter-final, gave her 4 standing counts yesterday, was well ahead on the scorecards and dominating the contest against the Thai boxer Frida Carmen Tintabthai, when the Thai boxer sustained a bit of a freakish leg injury, really, one of those innocuous ones, and went down and was unable to continue. But Vivian Parsons very much in control and dominant up to that point in the contest. Been a senior national finalist, and she won the silver at the Tama tournament in Finland last month, so she'll look to add gold today.
Judge 3 representing Italy, Judge 4 representing Japan, Judge 5 representing World Boxing, and your referee representing Australia, Gemma Dale.
So a huge opportunity for Vivian Parsons to make a statement here against the Brazilian, who's a real slick, classy, technical boxer. Former Pan American Games gold medalist. Just in the prelims at the Olympic qualifiers, but as I mentioned, she has served in the Brazilian military and won bronze at the military games in Moscow. That was back in 2021.
Did I hear you say Vivian Parsons picked up the silver medal in the Tama tournament?
Yeah, and that's no mean feat, is it? It's always a really, really tough competition, that one.
I was going to say it is a tough competition. I've been there a couple of times myself, so she must have done really well there to get a silver medal.
Well, the Brazilians, as we've been discussing throughout the week, tend to have that element of flair to their style. Can be quite unpredictable, but of course the coaching team at GB will have prepared Vivian Parsons and they'll have a plan. And so far not a great deal to choose between these two, Luke, I would say.
Yeah, I think they're just getting the range together, the distance. No one's really committed yet.
Good lead hook from Sequeira Romeo.
Yeah, Vivian Parsons there just falls short a little bit with her right hand. Walked onto a lead up.
And this can be the difference, Luke, can't it? When you're in with somebody who's vastly experienced as Sakara Romeo is, they just make those little adaptations, don't they? Second by second, they're downloading all the data in front of them and making the adjustments, and it can be really difficult then to combat that.
You can certainly see now a red corner there from Brazil. Sakara, boxing ability is certainly very high. She's timing her shots very well with a lead hook and a backhand too. She reminds me a little bit of the Cuban style. Got a good flair, good footwork.
And it's interesting you've said that, because that was something that Lewis Richardson and I were saying yesterday, that it is reminiscent of that it's that kind of element of flair, that the way they express themselves. And we've got a couple of Brazilians coming up after this who are extremely expressive, let's say, and really charismatic, and that is their boxing personality. Interesting, everybody's different how they...
Yeah, even with the way she's throwing her punches reminds me of how the Cubans are doing it. She's very well schooled here.
She beat Japan's Yoshizawa in the quarter-final, and the Dutch boxer Gabrielle Veerheim yesterday, and Veerheim really applied the pressure and was just doing everything she could to get at her, but she never seemed flustered. She just kept that relaxed, composed style about her, and I think Vivian Parsons gave a really good account of herself in that first round, but I think that is going to go to the Brazilian, but we'll see what the judges' perspective is. So that's interesting. 4 judges in favour of the Brazilian, 1 going 10-8.
I just can't see a 10-8 round.
And then the judge from the
there.
USA going in favour of Vivian Parsons. So it's a really peculiar one, that, isn't it? And you asked at the beginning about the score, and I said, well, it's been bob on. But I think there's been a couple of 10-8s here already that I would say are questionable.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I asked is because every time I went to a different tournament, it was always different scoring. So I was asking how was it getting scored on this one?
I mean, certainly we've not had any great complaints. You know, there's perhaps been a couple that we thought it would have gone the other way, but nothing that shocking. But those couple of 10-8s today so far haven't made a great deal of sense, but nonetheless,
especially with no counts or points deducted.
Very peculiar.
For me, Vivian Parsons now needs to close the distance a little bit and let her combinations go a little bit closer.
The use of her feet, Sakara Romeo, is just superb, isn't it? Because there's just those tiny little shifts in and out constantly, which make it really difficult for Vivian to set herself, and she's always ready just to, as you say, very Cuban-esque, that, isn't it?
It certainly is. A judgment of distance is really good, Sakara's. So every time Vivian is attacking, she's just dropping back and making her fall short a little bit.
Yeah, lovely to watch, and we have really enjoyed watching all of the Brazilian boxers this week, because they do possess so much flair in the way they express themselves in the ring, and Sakara Romeo exactly the same.
Vivian Parsons, she's letting her hands go, but she's doing it from a little bit out of distance. I think she just needs to close that gap a little bit. But then again, Sakara's not really letting her do that. She's got great footwork.
And she's one of those who has deceptively long arms as well, Romeo. She does have a fair reach on her, doesn't she?
She certainly does, yeah. She's really using her distance very well.
Good work from Parsons there, where she doubled up on the backhand and found its home right on the chin of Romeo, but she is really in control of the distance and the pace of this fight as well, Luke, you feel?
Yeah, I feel like every time Vivian's attacking, she's just dropping back and making her fall short.
Just tiny movements with the feet, but that's what's just allowed her to get off that backhand, which landed clean just around the side of the face of Parsons. And it's that footwork that's really setting everything up for the Brazilian and allowing her to be in that flow state. Lovely fluid movement, check hook there, just catches Parsons coming in, and look how comfortable she is, Luke, just allowing Parsons to come at her, and she knows she's a step ahead, isn't she?
She really is. It's every time Parsons leading in with that right hand is where she's getting caught with the lead up. I'd say work your way in with the jab and then let your right hand go. But it's easy said than done when you've got such a great boxer in front of you.
And that vast experience, really difficult to close that gap on it if you don't have that level of experience, because they've got all of that with which to draw on. They've seen it all before, they've been in with every style, every type of opponent, and she catches her again coming in, but really committed from Vivian Parsons, who has been relentless in trying to get at Sakara Romeo the entire contest so far.
Definitely, you can't fault Vivian Parsons' effort and will to want to score and want to win, but she's just getting caught off at long range there.
Well, there we go, clean sweep for Sakara Romeo in this one. 2 10-8 rounds there. Again, it's I guess it's each to their own, but I didn't feel that she got pummeled in that one. I think she was edged on experience and technical ability, but certainly
I was thinking during the fight, it's certainly a great learning curve so far in what she's doing. She's just a little bit out of distance, but it certainly wasn't nowhere near a pummeling.
I guess perhaps looking at it from the point of view of they feel that there's another level there of ability, and suffice to say that's why they felt it deserved a 10-8 rather than a 10-9, which is fair enough if they feel that the work from Romeo is that superior. Let's see what Vivian Parsons can try and do in this final round. And when you are in with somebody who, they've got that far more experience, Luke, and you're at a different stage of development, and you're going into this third round knowing you're way behind, what's the mentality there that what the coaches want from you? What do you want from yourself as a boxer? Lovely backhand from Parsons
really
there, though.
Good work there on the ropes, backing Sakara up to the ropes there. I think it's what the coaches have said to you in the round, what they want you to go out there and do, and if you can go out there and achieve what they've asked you to do, that in itself is something good. Just win this round.
He's having success here, Parsons, at times as well. Landed a lovely couple of backhands and been sharp with that jab as well. This is good from the England boxer in blue. Just catches one though, and that's where
it's still though
just that bit of experience, isn't it, of being able to take that little step back and judge the timing as Parsons comes in.
It is, but this is the best work I've seen from Parsons so far in this fight.
A really good opening phase in this third and final round. Nice backhand again. Been really sharp and accurate with that backhand, and he's finding a range with it a bit more.
It really is. It's the timing as well. The timing's really on spot. That
lovely defensive work there as well, Luke. That slip and backhand. Lovely shot.
Lovely shot.
Some of this pressure is making Romeo look less comfortable than she has done in the previous 2 rounds. It's forcing her to throw perhaps when she doesn't want to, not all on her terms, and that's been good from Parsons.
Parsons again, this is for me her best round so far. She's
really good work from
really
Vivian Parsons here.
But you notice she's closed the distance a little bit with her feet, and she's getting closer to it before she throws.
Really important factor in this as well that I'm sure the coaches will look at is the mentality that Parsons has shown here, being so far down on the cards from those 2 rounds and then come out and put on a great display in the third. So able to execute the instructions that they've given her, but also willing to commit and dig in, and nice intelligent pressure from her in this third round, and she's landed some really nice shots. Another backhand there.
Yeah, she really has.
Really good round for Parsons, this one.
The best work I've seen in the fight, and she's done really well.
Well, she can certainly be proud of that performance, and what a third round she had there, and the GB coaches in the corner applauding and clapping that, and rightly so, because she was in there against a very experienced Jocelyn Sakara Romeo of Brazil in red, and up against it, but a great third round, but another quality technical display from Romeo there. Excellent boxing.
Excellent boxing from Sakara there. Excellent.
But great exchanges there that we've just seen on the screen in front of you. And I love the attitude of Parsons there. She was 2 rounds down,
and she's come out in that last round, and for me it was the best round so far, and it shows that she's got a lot of will and great attitude there moving forward.
Yeah, another really intriguing contest and a great technical display from the Brazilian. What an effort from England's Vivienne Parsons as they both make their way to centre ring for the official announcement for your MC Craig Denholm.
So, ladies and gentlemen, bout number 71. After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials and ringside score a unanimous decision victory in favour of your winner and women's 57 kilo World Boxing Cup 2024 champion. Boxing out of the red corner, representing Brazil, is Gisela Cerqueira.
All smiles then for Sakara Romeu, the Brazilian. And who knows what her plans are, whether she'll be looking to do another 4-year cycle and aim for LA 2028. You would presume so, given that she's here competing for Brazil on the international stage, but a really, really good account of herself given by Vivienne Parsons there, as she takes high fives from her coaching team, who I'm sure will be really pleased, particularly with the way that she applied herself in that 3rd and final round. But it's gold for Brazil. And that's the first of 5 gold medal opportunities for Team Brazil. And again, like the Japanese boxer Shinohara this morning, Sakara Romeu getting Brazil off to a winning start, so that's good for their team. And they really do have plenty of flair, and we're really looking forward to watching the rest of the Brazilian boxers. Cavallo in particular was very, very charismatic, let's say, yesterday. Luke, he had all the antics and showboating, and some people will love that, some people won't like it if they feel it's a bit too much, but nonetheless, ever entertaining.
There's that fine line of elegance and arrogance, I think, when you're doing that type of stuff. For me, I never really did that type of stuff. It wasn't really for me, but you know, I've seen it from a lot of other boxers. And
how did you find it to box against, if you came up against somebody like that?
I always just thought that the basics beats that style. Doing the basics the best, like your judgment of distance, fast feet and timing beats that type of style for me all day long.
It has to be natural to you, doesn't it? Like you said, it wasn't really natural to you, but for those for whom it is, it's a difficult one as well for coaches, isn't it? Because you don't want to take that from somebody if that's how they express themselves, but by the same token, too much of it, as you said, you can perhaps lose focus and be too concerned with that and forget about the task at hand.
Yeah, because that's something you can't really teach. Like, you don't really see
you wouldn't, would you?
No, you wouldn't, because effectively they're doing everything wrong what the textbook tells you to do. But, you know, it can be effective and it works. You know, not with everybody, but, you know, I always find it difficult. If I had a boxer in front of me that had that type of style, how would I coach that style? You know, I can't teach that stuff because I don't do it.
What about coaching for you? Is it something that you...
Do you know, I have thought about it a lot, and I always feel like I would be a good coach because the knowledge that I've got, and I box at the highest levels of amateur and professional and seen every style possible, but it's a huge commitment. And after finishing boxing, that was my biggest commitment, and now I feel like at the moment I'm in that space where I'm free to do what I want, when I want, go where I want, and I hadn't quite wanted to get involved in another huge commitment, because I think when you're coaching and you've got fighters, like, you need to be there for them all the time.
It's even more of a time commitment, in fact, isn't it, for coaches, because they're doing all the analysis afterwards and the prep work when they're telling you to go and have a rest. So yeah, it can be even bigger commitment. But of course, as part of today, given that it's finals day, is the medal ceremonies, a wonderful moment for the boxers representing their countries to stand and be recognised and receive their medals. And our first medal ceremony, and to take you through it, is our MC Craig Denholm.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be presented by Richard Brooks, Chair of England Boxing. In joint third place and winners of the bronze medal, representing Thailand, Lalita Chenarong, and representing Chinese Taipei, Yushan Liu. And ladies and gentlemen, in second place and winner of the silver medal representing China, Wanjie Zhang. Ladies and gentlemen, and now in first place, your women's 50 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal representing Japan, Hikaru Shinohara. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Bronze, Lalita Chenarong, Yushan Liu, silver, Wanjie Zhang, and gold, Hikaru Shinohara. Once again, please show your appreciation for the women's 50 kilo medalists.
Well, always a real honour to represent your country, and if you can do it and receive a medal as well, then all the better. All smiles for those four boxers who leave the ring with medals around their necks. Lovely moment.
At the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield.
And our second medal ceremony coming up now for the bantamweight women's 54 kilo category.
So once again, the medals will be presented by Richard Brooks, Chair of England Boxing. So ladies and gentlemen, in joint third place and winners of the bronze medals representing Brazil, Tatiana de Jesus, and representing the Republic of Korea, AGM. And ladies and gentlemen, in second place, and the winner of the silver medal representing Mongolia, Yesijin Oyunsetseg. Ladies and gentlemen, and now in first place, your women's 54 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal representing Chinese Taipei, Zhao Wenwang. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Tatiana de Jesus, AJ Im, Yesigun Oyunsetseg, and Zhao Wenwang. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please show your appreciation for the women's 54 kilo medalists. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to bout number 72. This is a women's 60 kilo final. And introducing your red corner, representing Korea, give it up for Yeonjae. And ladies and gentlemen, making their way to the blue corner, representing Brazil, give it up for Rebecca de Lima Santos.
So Yeonji-oh of Korea in red, Rebecca de Lima Santos in blue of Brazil. And this is to be another really entertaining contest, this one.
Judge 3 representing Great Britain, Judge 4 representing World Boxing, and Judge 5 representing Italy. Your referee representing World Boxing, Mr. Akbar Mohammed.
So the Korean in red, Yeonji-oh, 4-time Asian lightweight champion, two-time bronze medalist at the World Championships as well, so real pedigree here for Team Korea. She beat Pakistan's Laura Dija Akram in the quarterfinals here, and yesterday in the semi-final she beat Maud van der Toorn from the Netherlands. And Rebecca de Lima Santos of Brazil in blue. Split decision yesterday in the semi-final against Ayaka Taguchi, a really enthralling contest that one was. She put on a great display, so expecting big things from these two. Tripling up on that jab, the Brazilian, and then following through with a solid backhand which catches the Korean. It's just falling short, out of range. Yeon Ji-oh of Korea in red at the moment. Good work to the body, gets a cheer from the crowd.
Santos looks so chilled and relaxed. Blue corner from Brazil.
That really is how I don't know how they coach that, because all of the Brazilian boxers have that, and
she looks so relaxed.
I'd love to know how you just coach that and make it so, because they've all had that, and lovely catching her with that jab on the way in. Yeah, they've all got that real, just looks so comfortable in there. A bit like how they play football, Luke, isn't it? Just really comfortable on the ball, never look under pressure somehow.
No, true.
Was really impressive, de Lima Santos, the Brazilian in blue, yesterday. She had a tough contest against Taguchi of Japan, because she really brought the heat, but again she just never seemed wobbled. Just seemed to look composed and in control all the time, and she has that real stocky, sturdy build.
Santos is really up against a very awkward opponent here from Ho from Korea. Very rangy, good footwork. Trying to keep that distance.
Just trying to keep it at range. Yeon Ji-oh, the Korean in red, sticking out those long levers. Still falling short at times though, not quite taking her feet in enough, but as we saw in the exchange a couple of moments ago, the Brazilian under fire just shot out a lead hand of her own and caught off balance. She can throw from really unorthodox angles, so just a little bit wary of that perhaps when she's initiating her attacks. Really well timed backhand there from the Brazilian, right on the button.
You know, it's another question, how do you coach timing?
Another one again, absolutely, yeah. Is it instinctive? Does it come with experience?
But the two Brazilians I've seen so far just seem to have that great timing, and it's always on the backhand.
All the Brazilians you see today, I'll put it out there and say they're all going to be like that, because they were yesterday. 3-2 in favour of Brazil's de Lima Santos then. That's how the judges have it. But yeah, I'll put a wager on that, to be honest, because yesterday and throughout the tournament, that's what we've seen from the Brazilians. Loads of flair, wonderful timing, great footwork. And as we say, that's what we expected and saw time and time again from the Cuban boxers. So I do think there are certain styles that tend to come with different nations, and the way they train. I remember being at Japan at the before we had the World Championships in Korea, and they had such a different way. They were drilling and drilling and drilling the same shot, perhaps hundreds and hundreds of times, all in a row, just doing the left hook again and again and again, which is not the way we would do things, but really interesting how they sort of work on their techniques and stuff, very different to what we do.
All from Korea now, you can see that she's putting them a little bit more pressure on, trying to come forward a little bit more now.
Under fire there though from the Brazilian.
I think from the red corner from Korea, she's got great footwork, but she's just not closing that distance.
She also doesn't appear to possess the power to deter De Lima Santos from coming forward, and the Brazilian just bullish in the way that she comes forward. She does have that flair and that technique, but happy as well.
Santos there
just
letting
to get into a brawl.
A 10-punch combination on her.
Shimmy of the shoulder and a little bit lateral footwork from the Korean, just trying to create an opening. Sturdy little character though, De Lima Santos. Difficult object to move. It's coming at you full throttle. But has dealt with those raids fairly well, I would say. Perhaps needs to be busier and more commanding with that jab though, Luke, because she's kind of sticking it out, but it's hitting thin air.
Yeah, she needs to be careful from Korea that she doesn't get caught with an overhand right, because her lead hand's quite low, like you say, and it makes an opening for that overhand right coming across.
And rather than using it in a
and she's looking
real
for it,
commanding
Santos.
fashion, it just lets Santos know you're in range, doesn't it? And as you say, sets up that overhand right. Just needs to be a little bit more committed with it, perhaps step in with it and make it count. Doesn't appear to be her style though. She really uses that jab just as a rangefinder for herself, doesn't she? Just flicks it out to set up the backhand, but Santos is cute to that, knows it's coming.
She really does. seems a very tricky opponent, but Santos from Brazil just seems to be handling that type of style very well.
And she doesn't allow herself to be pushed back either, does she? Because as O's edging in and flicking out that jab, she just doesn't move. She's keep coming, and I'll meet you.
I'll meet you with that right hand.
Here it is, waiting for you.
There you go.
Bosh. There
right
we go.
Hand.
Really interesting, this one. But as we were just saying before, we'll see the judges' scorecards in just a moment. But it is interesting when you go to different camps, I think. Tournaments is one thing, but when you go and spend time, we had 10 days in Kazakhstan, and again, completely different. Did you find that, the way that they approach the training, as we just see the scores here, 3-2 in favour of O on that round? Well, that's interesting.
That's very interesting.
Maybe they preferred, she was definitely busier, there was more volume in that round, so perhaps that's what the judges have preferred.
I thought the better punches came from Santos, but certainly needed to be busy, and she threw more shots, but didn't think really that many landed.
What did you find then? Because as I was just saying, in Japan, for example, I remember distinctly a row of the boxers with the coaches just drilling the left hook again and again, hundreds of times. And in Kazakhstan, they were doing all sorts of footwork drills I hadn't seen before. It's fascinating, isn't it?
I was a perfectionist, so I would literally, that's what I'd take myself off into a little corner somewhere and literally just try and throw the left hand over and over again. Ooh, little bit of flair there by O.
From Yeonji O, enjoying herself, and maybe she's taken confidence from the judges' scorecards, and they liked her.
But it's very eye-catching. She caught Santos with one shot, and then a little showboat in there is quite eye-catching.
And it's interesting because one of the things that we were talking about yesterday is that there's a certain element of body language that's really hard to quantify. So the number of power shots landed, or significant shots landed, you can sort of see, you can quantify it, but the body language and the manner in which a boxer approaches something sort of gives you an indication as to who's dominating in a way.
I think it counts a lot.
It's a really difficult thing to quantify, isn't it?
I really do. I think it counts a lot, having that body language, shoulders back, head up high. Obviously not in boxing, not during the round, but the body language counts as a lot.
But the fact that here O is on her toes, she's got that low guard, she's dancing in and out, it looks like she's the
one in control.
The boxer in control, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Enjoying herself.
And she's come out high energy, feints, footwork, really trying to take Santos off her game plan.
And De Lima Santos, for all that being composed and measured, she now really needs to make sure that she's matching the work rate and the energy of Yeon-ji-oh, because you do feel the momentum has shifted in the Koreans' favour. Santos really needs to apply some pressure here and land some significant, meaningful shots to catch the eyes of the judges. Otherwise, potentially, it could go the way of the Korean in red. And that's the thing, Luke, it's great having that flair and being composed, but you've got to make sure that you're doing enough work, haven't you?
Oh, for me, it's all about landing the shots. So she had that flair just through landing the one shot. I think she needs to do a little bit more. But Santos does not want to be moved from the centre of the ring. She don't want to be pushed back and she don't want to go forward. So Ho from Korea has no option to step in.
Just both trying to trigger and evoke a response from one another. Nobody committing. And the problem for Santos here, Luke, is that she's not getting the space to get any clean shots off. And
it's that eye-catching shot. I think one of them needs to land. For me, I think that was a hard round to score, because there wasn't very many clean eye-catching shots that landed.
Well, this one,
close one,
is certainly in the balance. Judges struggled to sort of separate them in the first two rounds, and that third round was even less helpful because it was
each other.
so close, wasn't it? It got a little bit scrappy at times, but as we see here, some of those nifty footwork from O, but ultimately didn't allow Santos the space to get any decent shots off.
I feel like they was both trying to nick that one shot and run away with it.
Well, it's been interesting to see as Brazilian just shaking off that water. Let's see then.
2 and 3 rounds of boxing. We go to the scorecard, where your officials are ringside. A split decision in favour of your winner and women's 60 kilo World Boxing Cup 2024 champion, boxing out of the red corner.
Well, Delima Santos up on her toes there. Probably could have done with a bit more of that during the contest, because I think the sheer energy of Yeon-ji-oh, the Korean in red, swayed that in her favour, and it was a good first round for Delima Santos, a decent second round, but just didn't do enough in the third, I felt, and I think that was a really fair decision to go the way of the Korean boxer, who just had that extra energy, that extra zip, and deserved the decision ultimately.
But also it was eye-catching as well from such a close fight. Like, her body language was different, you know, and I think that might have made a difference in the end result.
Yeah, when it's close, as a judge, you're probably looking for those distinctive bits where it might be a really clean shot landed, or that extra bit of flair, or whatever it might be, and Yeon-ji-oh found that and she brought it, and a really good display from the Korean. So a first gold medal for Team Korea today. Got another 2 opportunities, as they have 3 finalists on show here today. Yeon-ji-oh, the only
Korea, I don't think I've ever boxed against Korea. Reminded me a little bit of the Kazakhstan style, with the footwork and the feints.
It's really interesting when you box against different nations, isn't it? Because I remember in particular boxing
ladies and gentlemen, we move on to
a fighter from Uzbekistan, and that screw shot that was just thrown from like miles out that we would never even do, and you sort of having to work out how to defend it during the contest, because I've never experienced it before.
But you also look at them type of shots and think, how does it work?
How have you got away with that?
How are you landing that?
And you don't try it yourself because you just know what's going to happen. But anyway, that's what all of these tournaments are about, is gaining experience
one of my best shots was a left-hand bolo shot to the body, and I picked that up off a Russian in 2003 in Latvia in the European Championships. And for the first year of me trying to throw this shot, I just got nailed with a right hand every time. But I perfected it down the line, and I use it as
only
a strong
perfectionists
weapon.
could remember exactly when they saw the shot that they adopted for the first time.
Yeah.
Right, we have a real contest here, the only final of today where we get the same nationality facing off against each other, both representing England. You've just seen Kayla Allen enter in the red corner. Here comes Dion Berman in blue. And these two opposite sides of the draw, so they've been on a collision course throughout this tournament. A really good performance from Kayla Allen yesterday, but she's in against six-time national champion Dion Berman. She won the World Boxing GB Open tournament here in January in Sheffield. She's a hot prospect for GB. She'll have her eye on the World Championships next year, and of course on LA 2028. But Kayla Allen really impressed yesterday. She beat Sukhyun Kang of Korea, stopped her in the third round with a really impressive display. She's strong, she's powerful, and a chance to make a statement here. These really important contests, Luke, when you've got someone in the same weight in your category, and this is a chance to stake your claim for that spot, isn't it?
Oh, the tension is on, especially in camp. You know, some people might walk around thinking bragging rights and things like that, but when you're training with them week in, week out, you want that real victory. It's great to see them both in the final, though.
It certainly is. Dion Berman beat the only Swiss boxer at the tournament, Anna Jenny, in the quarter-final. Gave her a standing count and grew in confidence throughout that one, and took it into the semi-final where she beat Brazil's Beatriz Oliveira Soares on split decision. Used her height and reach advantage really well in that one. Kayla Allen was really powerful. She's awkward Berman, of course, tall, rangy, southpaw. So Allen got to find a way to get past those long levers, and this promises to be an absolute cracker, Luke.
Berman tall, southpaw stance, taking the centre of the ring. Good footwork there as well.
Good backhand found its way through there.
It's a very awkward style to break down, Berman. Great work there by Berman, stepping back and jab backhand hook.
Of course, that experience here in January for Dion Berman, going all the way to the final and taking gold, and stood her in good stead, but takes a couple of big shots there from Kayla Allen. We know that she's got that in a locker. She's a real powerful build and not afraid just to maraud forward and let her hands go. Really commits when she goes forward as well, Luke.
You can really see in her power there that when she's throwing the shots, that they're gonna hurt if they land.
Yeah, she fully commits, doesn't she? Puts her whole body behind those shots and loads up with them. She's really relaxed in between though. She's not got those tense shoulders that sometimes boxers can have when they throw those power punches. She is relaxed stance as she backs Berman up again against the ropes, and the judges may appreciate this front foot pressure from Allen. Yeah,
pinned her to the ropes and let her hands go. It's good work by Allen. And she goes again.
Another nice backhand in the arc. Landing clean. You can clearly see some of these shots from Allen landing, so Berman just got to be on her toes here and making sure that she's lovely uppercut there. Yeah. Beautifully timed backhand uppercut. Just on cue. High quality contest and so much at stake for these two. Of course, it's not often as big as it seems, but to you as a boxer, this will seem as big as it gets when there's a huge 2025 ahead with the World Championships. You want to just put your marker down for that spot at that weight category, doesn't it?
You know, it's one fight at a time and one win at a time. And that's what the boxers have to concentrate on. Oh, great shot there by Alan. We talked about the screw shot before the fight.
Yeah, lovely shot. Really nice shot. Took a little step, tiniest of steps to the left, dropped that left shoulder and let that screw shot go. And
screw shot, eh?
it's an unusual shot against a taller fighter as well. You usually get the taller, rangy fighter doing that against the shorter fighter. So she's done really well, and she's pulled that off twice now. So
I honestly don't think I've ever thrown a screw shot.
I definitely didn't.
But then again, I want that fighter to stand there and slip and throw a shot.
Let's see how the judges have this one then.
I think it was a close round for me.
Okay, so 4-1 up. What a start for Kayla Allen.
Certainly can't argue with them scores. I think she was the aggressor, Allen, in that fight. And she pinned
Front
her
foot pressure, yeah, and she made the most of it. When she got Berman backed up, she let her hands go and made sure that she landed plenty of shots. There's that screw shot with the lead hand we just saw in the replay there. What a shot that was. So Berman going to have to up this work rate now and this intensity. And
Allen again coming out with the aggressor and pinning Berman to the ropes.
Berman doesn't want to be against those ropes. As soon as her back brushes those ropes, she needs to be moving off, Luke, because she'll benefit from having the space behind her, won't she, as the taller fighter, to
Berman cannot
be able
afford
to step back,
to sit on them ropes and let Allen exchange.
Just relentless in coming forward as well, isn't she, and loading up with those shots.
Berman in the blue corner really needs to hold that centre of the ring as much as she can.
Certainly be better having the space behind her, because once she's backed up, that's where Allen can really do her best work, and she has done frequently in the first round, which is why 4 of the judges have gone her way. Another good backhand from Allen, and again sits down on those shots and really lets her hands go and sinks them in.
Berman here, for me, I would have grabbed her and turned her. She doesn't need to be in the corner.
This is where Berman needs to work, Luke, isn't it? In these phases here, get those long levers going. There we go, lovely backhand landed. Needs to be busy with that. Again, this better work from Berman.
Really
needs to get off those ropes though.
Yeah, she did great work, but then Allen backed her up to the ropes and let the combination off.
Just tied her up now though, and that's a better tactic to employ for Berman, to get those long levers working and then tie Allen up as she has to, and just take that space and not allow her space to let those shots go.
That's it. And also, it's not just about tying her up, it's tying her up and turn her, so then she's back in the centre of the ring. You know, you can tie her up, but don't stay on the ropes.
This is a better position for Berman here. She can't allow just to be in front of her, she's got to be working. Better ring position for her, but must be working at those long levers going. This is where she needs to be active and busy, Luke, isn't it?
Certainly is.
And that's better from her. There we go, putting a combination together. Allen replying, really good from both of these two. Allen of England in red, Berman of England in blue. What a contest this is. Better from Berman, picking her off with those long shots. Overhand right from Allen. Asking plenty of questions as one another, Luke.
Allen's just got to be careful, she's just not walking onto some shots. Attacks are really, really good, but she just can't afford to stand in front of Berman too long.
Well, Berman certainly in the second part of that round using her feet much better. She had a little shake of her head from her there to indicate perhaps she wasn't too pleased with one or two things, but used her feet better there to increase the distance between them. So 3-2
I think she landed
in favour of Berman. So yeah, as we predicted there, a better round for Berman. She used those long levers better. I do think she could do with being a little bit busier though, when she takes that centre ring and she's got Allen backed up a bit to then fire off those shots, because when she does that backhand, it's a really, really significant shot, and we've seen it whip the head round of Allen on a, there it is again.
Really is, but
really eye-catching shots because they knock her head right back. But here in these situations just needs to be first and be busy rather than letting Allen initiate her own attack. So it's well poised for this third round because there's everything to fight for these two in the third. Berman up on her toes.
It seems to be whoever waits the longest gets hit first.
Yeah, if they're in range, they can't afford to wait because one of them tied up here on the ropes. The referee just separating them. Good backhand from Allen. Throwing caution to the wind now, the two of them. Nobody's been waiting so far, Luke. They're straight into the thick of the action.
Berman is now also trying to turn her when she gets backed up to the ropes. Allen's doing a great job backing her up, but then she just really needs to let her shots go when she gets there. Oh. That was a great shot by Berman, 1-2 down the middle.
Really strong backhand from Berman there, rocked the head back of Allen, but she took it well.
She took it very well, and she's back now trying to throw combinations.
Her feet really solid beneath her there. That base allowed her to absorb that shot, but she's getting picked off here. Going to have to be intelligent with that front foot pressure, Allen.
Yeah.
Can't just wade in, because Berman now has made the adjustments and is starting to time it better and catch her as she's coming in, Luke. So
there was a couple of really eye-catching shots there by Berman, walking Allen onto the backhand.
Hands up. Break. Step back. Stop. Stop. Red. Box. Stop.
Very competitive so far. I still think now this fight is up for grabs from both parties.
yeah, a few big shots or some decent sustained attacks and flurries. Big backhand there from Allen. Those are the shots, the sequences that could make a difference. And this is good work from Allen here.
They're the shots that catch the judge's attention.
You're leaning on the red. Heads off blue. Stop. Step back. Box.
Into the final minute here, and it really could come down to this: who can find those eye-catching shots to convince the judges and put some good combinations together. Both just waiting for the right opportunity, not wanting to make any mistakes and leave themselves vulnerable. Turned her well there, Berman, and managed to get the backhand off at the end of that exchange as well. Really difficult to separate these two.
Really is. I think the eye-catching shots have come from Berman so far for me. Oh, but they're both catching each other there in exchanges.
Final few seconds of this one then. A little bit of nifty footwork from both of them. And just a touch of gloves, mutual respect there, and they can both be really pleased with the account that they gave of themselves, but also of England boxing there, because that was a great display. This the only final today where two boxers from the same country meet. These two been on the collision course, having been on opposite sides of the draw and come through very different contests and challenges on the way, but both been equally impressive, and it made for a great final.
It was a great final, yeah. Both catching each other with great shots in that last round.
I'm seeing some of the replays of the action here, and you can see both given as good as they get. Questions were asked and they both had something in reply. So how will the judges have seen this one? Both boxers now will be feeling those nerves and that adrenaline as they await the announcement. It's a horrible feeling this is, isn't it, when you're waiting.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, round number 73, and after 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards, where your officials and ringside score a split decision in favour of your and women's 66 kilo World Boxing Cup 2024 champion. Boxing out of the blue corner, representing England is
Well, you can see what it means to Dion Berman there, the emotion etched on her face, because she knows that only if she won gold here That's a big, important statement for her and her place on GB in the women's 66 kilo category. She now has made herself top dog, and it was very, very close, but she edged it, and she'll be really, really pleased with that.
She did. I think it was that last round that nicked it for her, for me. She scored a really couple of good eye-catching shots, you know, and that's all it takes in this. One shot changed the fight.
Dave Alloway making his way over to say hello to Luke Campbell, of course one of the GB coaches. Done many, many Olympic cycles, and one of the incredible coaches that we're lucky to have on Team GB.
It was nice to see Dave there. Nice to see him smile as well, actually, wasn't it?
It's a rarity.
Travelled many countries with Dave, many occasions. Dave was in my corner for the most of my fights as well.
He is an expert at becoming across grumpy, but he really isn't. He's got the biggest heart, but he does play the grumpy role very well. Well, what isn't going to be grumpy is another medal ceremony that we can look forward to here. And well done to Dion Berman and Kayla Allen, an excellent display from both of them. We await their medal ceremony later. But here, with our MC Craig Danone, we'll continue with more silverware.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be presented by Matt Holt, Chief Executive of GB Boxing and Vice President of World Boxing. In joint third place and winners of bronze medals representing the Netherlands, Gabrielle Weerheim, and representing Thailand, Pre-bout Tintaptai. And ladies and gentlemen, in second place and winner of the silver medal representing England, Vivian Parsons. And now in first place, your women's 57 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal representing Brazil is Jocelyn Cerqueira Romeo. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Gabrielle Weerheim, Pre-bout Tintaptai, Vivian Parsons, and Jocelyn Cerqueira Romeo. And once again, please show your appreciation for the women's 57 kilo medalists. And ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the women's 60 kilo category of the World Boxing Cup Finals at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. Once again, the medals will be presented by Matt Holt, Chief Executive of GB Boxing and Vice President of World Boxing. So, ladies and gentlemen, in joint third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing the Netherlands, Maud van der Toorn, and representing Japan, Ayaka Taguchi. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place and winner of the silver medal representing Brazil, Rebecca de Lima Santos. And ladies and gentlemen, now in first place, your women's 60 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal, representing the Republic of Korea, Yeonji Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Maud van der Toorn, Ayaka Taguchi, Rebecca de Lima Santos, and Yeonji Oh. Once again, please show your appreciation for the women's 60 kilo medalists. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to bout number 74, which is the women's 75 kilo final. Introducing your boxers and firstly making their way to the red corner, representing the Republic of Korea. Give it up for Soyeon Song. And ladies and gentlemen, making their way to the blue corner, representing Brazil, give it up for Viviane Pereira. gentlemen, your officials and ringside. Judge 1 representing World Boxing. Judge 2 representing Great Britain. Judge 3 representing World Boxing. Judge 4 representing Italy. Judge 5 representing World Boxing. And your referee representing World Boxing, Mr. Lee Innes, MBE.
So now we get a chance to take a look at Seon Song of Korea in red and Viviana Pereira of Brazil in blue for the first time, because this was a straight final, as has been the case with some of the heavier weight categories in the men's divisions. Straight semi-finals and one getting a bye all the way through to the final, which we'll come to later. But these two straight into the final, which is always difficult, Luke, because you'd preferably want a couple of contests before, wouldn't you? For, you know, from a boxer's point of view, you don't really want your first one to be the final. You'd rather have it than not, but would much prefer to have one under your belt. But both in the same position, so at least it's the same for both of them. And they will have adjusted their training this week around that, won't they? They will have had some decent training sessions.
Yeah, they'd have eased off at certain times and then try to peak on pad work and things like that.
That's what's great about having all the facilities here at the English Institute of Sport to host an event, because sometimes you're in a place with no such facilities and you're having to travel to get to a gym or adequate facilities, so it's really good that everything's right here for them, and a good start from both of these, and no signs of ring rust, Luke. They're both really sharp.
Both landing eye-catching shots from the first bell.
Both experienced, these two. Just, you know what, find a way through those long looping hooks from the Korean to body and head, and Brazilian combating that with some stiff shots of her own. And these two, you can certainly tell the difference in weight, Luke, because lots of power behind these shots.
Certainly can. I was just about to say, you could tell these are middleweights. They're really letting the shots go.
There's completely different types of power, aren't there? I mean, the Korean possesses that thudding sort of thumping power, whereas the Brazilian, more solid, short stature and different type of power that she appears to possess. But both, either way, can really dig, letting the hands go. And
they look like heavy shots from the Sing-yong from Korea. Heavy landing shots.
Yeah, those really thumping types, aren't they?
I've seen a couple of bolo shots going into the body from Sing-yong, Korea, and yeah, I can hear it now. Are they going to have an effect later down the line? Slow their opponent down. Great lead up there from Sing-yong, Korea.
She's just beaten her to the punch, isn't she? And Pereira not managing to counter, but she does there. Nice lead hand, catches Seong on the way in. Lots of these exchanges have been fairly even.
Great
nice clean work from Pereira, but an instant reply from Seong as well.
Yeah, I was about to say there.
Good work, doubling up on the backhand, Pereira there, and rocking the head back of Seong as she pushed her up against the rope. So a good sequence for her right towards the end of the first round, and been fairly evenly matched, these two, and fair play to them coming out like this. This being the first time they've boxed at this tournament. That
was a very entertaining first round, and I reckon the amount of power punches what was thrown there was pretty big.
Does that surprise you, Luke? 4-1 in favour of the Brazilian?
Yes, it does, if I'm honest. I thought red corner was way more the aggressor, seen more shots land from Korea. to surprise me that a little bit.
Let's see some of that work then. It's fallen short there, the Korean. Lovely backhand right down the pipe from Pereira. And again, some nice work on the inside, and she's really astute at finding the gaps, isn't she? Because they tend to be looping shots from the Korean, so those shots straight down the middle are really an effective tactic to adopt for Pereira.
I think red corner Sing Song now is going to really apply the pressure. But she has got no choice to not put the pressure on.
Fast hands from Pereira. She's up the work rate here as well, and this is lovely work from the Brazilian, catching the Korean lefts and rights. All different angles, a lovely lead hook to finish that exchange, and she's really put herself in the driving seat here and really taken it to the Korean in this opening second round, and did feel that the Korean was having the better of some of those exchanges in the first round. Judges didn't see it that way, and Pereira now is...
She seems to be certainly controlling this second round so far, Pereira.
She's really stepped things up, hasn't she? This is lovely work. And the Korean, those looping shots are just taking that bit longer to get there, and meanwhile the Brazilian has gone route one, the quicker route, straight down the pipe and catching her. She was doing that in the first round, but far more frequency in this second round, and really effective for her.
Sing Song from Korea in the red corner has landed at least 7 or 8 powerful lead hooks to the body.
Plenty of shouting from the crowd imploring these two to go forward, and a huge step with that front foot from the Korean as she launched in with that lead hook.
The Korean seems to have good success at the moment with her right hand down the middle. Oh, great lead hook as well there from the Korean.
Firing back the Brazilian. Good work from Pereira.
Oh, again from the Korean, that lead hook.
Just daring one another to go first, aren't they?
It was.
Good attacks initiated from the Korean there, but can she make them count?
Sing Song from Korea, you don't really know where her shots are coming from. Going to the body, to the head, she's swinging them wide every time.
Little smile from Pereira. The Brazilian in blue, Korea in red.
I think she was just stating there that shot didn't hurt.
Good work to the body from Seong, but 2 in reply from Pereira. Really good matchup this between these two. They will have been waiting all week to get their tournament underway. Straight by to the final. They've known that on day one, and they will have adjusted their schedule this week accordingly. And mentally, it's the weight that's difficult, not the physical aspect. Mentally having to wait and seeing all your teammates get in and out, and you're not able to get involved. Pereira then 3-2 up in this one. There was a 10-8 round, of course, in the first round from one of the judges. So
I think the Korean come back a little bit in that one though.
Yeah, definitely. It's really interesting, is it? Because I thought she had a better first round, but there we go.
I think the Brazilian had a great start to the second round, but then the Korean come on strong in the second half.
In 2 halves, really, but I really felt like the Korean had a better complete first round than the second, and yet they gave it the other way. The Brazilian brilliant in the first part of round 2, but not so much in the latter part. So interesting.
I agree.
Now you can see it differently. That's why we have 5 judges, of course, all different vantage points. They're all seeing different things. They see different angles. Be interesting to see how they have it after this third round, but both really can't take anything for granted here. They've got to invest everything into this third and final round.
I think for the sing-song from Korea, it's been a great shot, that lead hook. She's landed it on several occasions now, and it's really been a good weapon for her in this bout.
Lovely backhand from her there, and she's mixed that lead hook well, hasn't she? Sometimes leading off to the body instead of to the head, and then that's allowed her to follow it with that backhand as well.
It's really worked well for her when she's finished with a hook up to the head.
Pereira just waiting, just on the periphery there, just waiting to get her shots off down the middle. Falls short on that occasion.
Pereira looking nice, cool and calm, the Brazilian.
Three shots landed there in succession from the Korean, and that's what she's able to do at range. And if Pereira
again
not in position to reply, then that's a dominant phase for the Korean in those last couple of sequences. Down to the body again. Pereira just pouring out that jab, looking for openings.
The Korean's attacks are very good, very strong, but sometimes she's leaving herself open to get countered on the way out.
Well, Pereira certainly doesn't have to go looking for Seong. She's right in front of her, but nice jab there, well timed from Pereira, but a lovely backhand from Seong. And this is a close round between these two in this third and final round of the gold medal match, the World Boxing Cup final. Tight guard from Pereira, just edges in.
This is
Quick
a great
look to
final.
a corner, yeah, absolutely is. And
considering it's both the first fights, this is a great final
into
contest.
the final minute, and the pace has not dropped, it's not relented, nor have the voices at ringside. Really animated and enthusiastic support for both, imploring them forward. Good work from Pereira. Finishes with that lead hand after that exchange. Launches forward again. Seong just sucking in the air. Lovely lead hook from her. That's been such an effective shot, as Luke Campbell has mentioned throughout this one. Both taking a little mutual breather here, but they'll have to take a deep breath now and dig in.
Every shot seems to be a power shot in this contest.
They're both going to load up here as we reach the final few seconds, and Pereira getting to work straight away, finding a way through. Reply from Seong though, big dig to the body again, and really good work from both of these two. And we must consider the fact that they haven't been able to get their juices flowing, so to speak. And
I think that was knocking the ring rust off that a little bit.
Superb performance from these two. Really, really good work. Good mental concentration. And really good effort physically as well, as I say, given that this is the first time we've seen them in action at this tournament. They had to wait all week for their opportunity, and they put on a great display, as we've seen on the replay on your screens now. There's that lead hook to the body from Seong, which was a really good shot, and then there it is up top as well.
It was a great weapon for her during this fight.
And you can see when some of these shots are missing from both of them, they're almost spinning around, such as the velocity that they're putting behind these shots. They throw the whole body weight into them, don't they? And made for a really entertaining contest. Let's get the announcement from Craig Denholm, our MC.
74. After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials and ringside score a split decision in favour of your winner and women's 75 kilo World Boxing Cup champion 2024. Boxing out of the red corner, representing the Republic of Korea, Seong.
Huge delight then for Seong of Korea.
The Brazilians are looking round thinking that they was very confident in winning that fight.
Yeah, not too pleased with that. She looks completely bewildered, does Viviana Pereira's. The look on her face, almost asking how's that happened, as her and her coaches make the way to the scoreboard to see just how that one panned out. It was a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
3-2, the judges split there, but ultimately Seong doing enough, and a gold medal for Korea as she laps up the applause. So that's a second gold for Korea. Seong being greeted by coaches and members of the Korean team who are absolutely delighted, and rightly so. It was a really good performance from her, but really dejected looking Viviana Pereira. And ultimately, a great contest from those two, and it's a big ask when you've had to wait all week to get your tournament underway, but really competitive contest, and more still to come. Men's 51 kilo category on the way, where we're going to see another English fighter, Ellis Trowbridge, against Mongolia's Alda Kishig.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is bout number 75. It's a men's 51 kilo final. Introducing your boxers. Firstly, making their way to the red corner, representing England. Give it up for Ellis Trowbridge.
So two-time national champion Ellis Trowbridge beat Italy's Filippo Secca in the quarterfinal. We had a great contest yesterday with Tsushi Makino of Japan. He won on a split, but it was an excellent display of technical boxing and a really big opportunity for Ellis Trowbridge here to make his mark on the international scene in the men's 51 kilo category.
And ladies and gentlemen, representing Mongolia, making his way to the blue corner, Batuna Aldakishig.
Well, he beat the Korean Taegun Yoon in the quarter-final, and yesterday, what a contest we had between him and Luis Pache of Panama. He won unanimously, and he got bronze at the boxing event in Mongolia in September, did the Southpaw. So he'll be wanting to add a gold to that silverware collection here on away soil. And this promises to be an extremely high-level tactical and technical contest between the man from England in red, Ellis Trowbridge, and in blue, Mongolia's Batulga Aldakishig. Both of these were so impressive yesterday, and this one should catch fire very quickly. The lighter weights, both southpaws, they were fast, sharp, explosive and lightning speed yesterday.
And that seems to be the same again now. The speed of both these guys, incredible.
We were talking yesterday with Lewis Richardson, having watched both of these separately in their semi-finals, just saying, wow, there's going to be absolute fireworks in the final when these two come head to head. And that's what we've got in these opening seconds.
I always like to see two southpaws verse each other as well, because it's much more technical. Trowbridge is throwing a great jab to the body. Oh, great as well.
Nice work there. Backhand and lead hook combination working really well. High levels of concentration here. The margins so slight, Luke, aren't they? A tiny mistake and you will get punished. You can't leave those gaps. Got to be considered when you're launching those attacks, and really high level here.
I really like Trowbridge's work. You know, he's throwing to the body, backhands to the head. I really like his work, and he's straight to it.
Taking a couple of shots here though in the last couple of sequences from Aldakishig, just snapping out that lead hand and just knocking the head back of Trowbridge. He's on the front foot though, he is taking that centering position, which sometimes can be favoured by the judges, Luke, so
that's right,
pushing him back, isn't it? Just can't afford to get caught when he's on his way in and out. That's better from him.
Ellis is throwing a few feints now before he goes in for the attack.
Very, very evenly matched, these two. Both having success in these exchanges.
It's good work there from Ellis. He's working off the jab well. He seems to be beating the Mongolian to the punch at the minute.
He's been really busy, Ellis Trowbridge, in this, hasn't he? Do you feel like the volumes come from him?
Yeah, I feel like his jabs, Ellis's jab is working very well for him. Pinging back the Mongolian's head. And again, lovely jab off Ellis. It's such an important weapon when you're fighting a southpaw, is to control the lead hand jab. I feel like Ellis has done that in that round.
Really good first round for both boxers. It's exactly what we hoped it would be. And it goes 3-2 in favour of Mongolia's Batulga Aldakishig. So, what could that be down to, Luke? What perhaps does Ellis need to do differently then?
I thought Ellis was the aggressor. I thought he had a great jab. I thought he was snapping the head back of the Mongolian with the jab. And I thought he had great weight there. I didn't see the Mongolian come and land anything eye-catching on Trowbridge myself. So I'm a little bit confused with that scoring there. I thought Ellis would have been up for me.
Well, judges have found it difficult to separate the two. It has gone 3-2, so very much still all to play for here. Trowbridge has been the aggressor for the most part of that on the front foot. Does just need to be careful though, getting caught with those lead hands, because even though there's not a great deal behind those shots from the Mongolian, they have rocked his head back, because it, of course, he's meeting them as he's coming in, isn't he? So at the end of the exchanges, sometimes he just stuck that jab out speculatively, and it did rock the head back of Trowbridge, so they are eye-catching. So just needs to be a little bit more astute defensively, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Trowbridge has started the round really well. He's working off his double jab.
Lovely backhand from Trowbridge there. That's exactly what he needs.
Just that nice little step back there brought him onto the left hand. And again, very cute there from Trowbridge.
Lovely workers again, and there wasn't a great deal to complain about in terms of the attacking prowess of Trowbridge in the first round. Just defensively needed to tighten up a little bit, and it's been cleaner work in that regard in this second round.
I feel like Trowbridge is beating his opponent to the punch as well. It's a good jab to the body again from Trowbridge. Walked onto a couple of shots there though himself.
That's just the one that's where the Mongolians had most success, isn't it, when he's walking onto them. So just got to take his head off that central axis if he can when he's on the way in. But this has been really good from Trowbridge so far, and a lovely lead hook. Slaps around the head of the Mongolian, but fires back in return. Good exchanges, these two.
I think Trowbridge has to be careful here, not just rushing his work.
Don't want to get picked off, and that's plays into the Mongolian's hands, because he did that well in the first round, Aldakishig, so got to be intelligent pressure.
Great weight to the body though there from Trowbridge with that lead up. Oh, and the Mongolian comes back there with the same body shot.
Just needs to make sure sometimes, Trowbridge, that when he's landed, he just instantly takes his head off that central axis, so maybe a little slip straight after the shot, because if his head's still there, the Mongolian is finding it, isn't it?
He is. The Mongolian's very patient and he's waiting for Trowbridge to make a mistake.
He's evasive, isn't he? He's skillful boxer, that's for sure. Both technically lots of ability. Makes for a really entertaining contest. Good work from Trowbridge again, and then follows up with the lead hand, which is better.
Again, that jab.
Really good work from him.
Solid work from Trowbridge there to finish the round strong.
This has been an excellent round from him. little bit of matrix style movement from the Mongolian, a nod of mutual respect between the two. And I think Trowbridge, I'd be very surprised if he didn't get that one, but you never know. But I really did feel that his attacking work was good, and defensively
he landed great eye-catching
he was
shots.
better as well. Well, we've just heard a cheer from the crowd, so that indicates they've seen the scores already, because it was from the Mongolian contingent and they were cheering. And yes, indeed, 4-1 this round. Well, I'm surprised at that. I thought that was a really good round for Ellis Trowbridge, but not taking any credit away from Aldakishig at all, but I just felt that Ellis was,
I feel like Ellis
better
Trowbridge,
defensively, but also he landed some really eye-catching shots, as we're seeing here.
I'm just not seeing it the way the judges are, because I thought that was a great round there for Ellis Trowbridge.
Well, he's on the front foot, he's applying the pressure.
I seen him get it
and he's
twice.
landed some really clean shots as well, so, but wasn't taking as many in that one as the first round, so I am surprised at that. But
what has Ellis got to do to win this fight now? Has he got to stop the guy?
And of course the judge is seeing something different to us at ringside, and there's no bias here
again,
whatsoever.
Great 1-2s there from Ellis Trowbridge.
Just calling it as we see it, no bias in favour of Trowbridge. You just feel that he did the better work in that second round, but obviously Aldakishig extremely technically gifted as well, and landing clean as well. But
again, he's outworking him, out-throwing him, and he's catching more landing eye-catching shots. 1-2, great 1-2 again from Ellis.
Again, that's 3 backhands in a row to finish those exchanges that have landed clean from Trowbridge. Surely these must be registering.
Again, another jab catching the head of the Mongolian.
Fast feet, just chasing his man down, Trowbridge, not allowing him a second to rest. High intensity this. Good defensive work from Aldakishig, the Mongolian, as he's just trying to fight Trowbridge off. Fleet-footed movement from the Mongolian, but there's nowhere for him to hide here, as Trowbridge trying to make that ring a very small space for him, for Aldakishig. Up at close quarters now, the Mongolian just swinging and going toe-to-toe. Neither of them really connecting with anything significant there, but
the Mongolian
the intent is there. He's mouth open, gasping for air, the Mongolian now. Such has been the pace of this one that Trowbridge has set. Into the final minute, and the corner in the Mongolian's corner are really screaming at him, firing instructions at him. Lovely backhand there from Trowbridge, that's what he needs. A few clear shots here.
Trowbridge, he just needs to be, he's just spoiling his work a little bit, getting caught up, but the blue corner, the Mongolians.
He's certainly forced to pace Trowbridge here, hasn't he? He's taken the fight to the Mongolian, not giving him a second breather. He's found himself having to try and fight for dear life at close quarters here.
Oh, great hook there from Ellis Trowbridge, which gives the Mongolian the standing 8 count.
Immense pressure applied throughout this third round from Trowbridge. He's been relentless, and he sprints across the ring, gets straight back to work, loads up. The Mongolian just, the gum shield is out there as well right at the end. Yeah, the gum shield.
When we talk about body language from the blue corner, that to me does not look like he's won this fight.
Well, he was exhausted towards the end there, wasn't he? And what a pace and intensity that was set from Trowbridge there. And I really genuinely was surprised at those judges' scorecards in the first and second round. Goodness knows how they had it in the third, but either way, high level of technical boxing, and
from both guys, absolutely
what
fantastic.
A pace and intensity that both of these guys fought there. Really good display of boxing. Let's get our official announcement from our MC Craig Denholm. Both raising their fists in anticipation of hearing their names announced. Let's see how it's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, bout number 75, After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials and ringside score a split decision in favour of your winner and 51 kilo World Boxing Cup Champion 2024, boxing out of the blue corner, representing Mongolia,
All smiles for Ellis Trowbridge. He'll be disappointed with that, but he can be very, very proud of his performance. And Alder Kishig, quality operator, the Mongolian, takes a bow, and rightly so. Good performance from him, and what a display these two put on in the men's 51 kilo category. It always promises fireworks with the lower weights, and we got that rapid lightning speed from both. Plenty of power as well that comes from that speed, and really entertaining contest, that one.
I've never met Ellis Trowbridge, but my advice to him would be forget the decision and just take out self-performance. How did you perform, and just go off that. You know, just forget about the decision and just go off your performance. I thought your performance was great.
A really good performance from Ellis Trowbridge, and it was just what we hoped it would be, that contest. High display of tactical boxing IQ, technical ability, and a bit of ferocity and competitive spirit as well, and we got all of that and then some. Well done to Batulga Aldakishig. He gets the first gold for Mongolia of the day. And a great performance from England's Ellis Trowbridge. We're going to crack on now with the medal ceremonies for the women's 66 kilo, where we had 2 England boxers in the final, Kayla Allen and Dion Berman. And we'll have the women's 75 kilo medal ceremony as well. To take you through it, our MC Craig Denholm.
At the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. Ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be presented by Richard Cabon, former MP of Sheffield and Minister of Sport. So ladies and gentlemen, in joint 3rd place and winners of the bronze medals, representing the Republic of Korea, Sokyong Kang, and representing Brazil, Beatriz Oliveira Soares. And ladies and gentlemen, in 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, representing England, Kayla Allen. And now, in 1st place, your women's 66 kilo World Boxing Cup Champion and winner of the gold medal, representing England, it's Dion Berman. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Sokyong Kang, Beatriz Oliveira Soares, Kayla Allen, and Dion Berman. Once again, please show your appreciation for the women's 66 kilo medalists. ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal ceremony for the women's 75 kilo category of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2024 at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. So once again, the medals will be presented by Richard Cabot, former MP for Sheffield and Minister of Sport. So ladies and gentlemen, in second place and winner of the silver medal representing Brazil, give it up for Vivian Pereira! And now in first place, your women's 75 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal representing the Republic of Korea, Seon Song. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists, Vivian Pereira and Seon Song.
Congratulations then to all the medalists. More medal ceremonies on the way, of course. More boxing action about to get underway. That's in the form of the men's 57 kilo category. We've got Japan and Brazil. Shudai Harada and Luis Oliveira. Both competed at the Paris Olympians, so two Olympians here about to go head to head.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bang the QR code up just on the screen for a minute. So if you want to do a bit of fan cam or if you want to do your AI generation, scan that QR code and what we'll do is get your pictures up there. So if there's any gold medalists in there, you want to get your gold medals up or your silver or bronze medals, if you want to get them up, get on the QR code and get on that screen. That's a very serious checkered shirt. Some fantastic AI generators, so you can AI generate your pictures up there. Some brilliant photos there. Where's that good shirt? Is that in the audience still? I've got one of them. We could stand together and look like a pair of curtains. So what you've got to do is go to AI generator and choose your red or blue corner. So is that? Have we got any medals in the crowds?
I think they've just got.
Right, we're getting back to it in a second, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to take your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the men's 57 kilo final. This is bout number 76. Introducing your boxers to the ring, and firstly, making his way to the red corner, representing Japan. Give it a for Shudai Harada!
Really impressive, the Japanese boxers this week. They've got a really strong team. been great to watch. And Harada avenged a defeat in the quarter-final to his Mongolian opponent, who'd beaten him in September at the World Boxing Tournament in Mongolia. So that ought to give him confidence going forward. Had a really explosive contest and had to come back from losing the first round in that one. And then yesterday in the semi-finals, beat Jae Yon Shin. Unanimous decision. He was sharp, he was skillful, and of course competed at the Olympics this summer in Paris, as did his opponent from Brazil. So in for a very high level boxing contest here.
And ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner, representing Brazil, give it up for Luis Oliveira.
So as I was just explaining, he's also an Olympian, former South American Games gold medalist. And what an interesting DNA as well, given that his grandfather won bronze at the Mexico Olympics in 1968 as well. He beat Jinlen Chen of China in the semis. Really nice style to watch, fluid, skillful, all that Brazilian flair. What a contest we have before us here now.
And Judge 5 representing World Boxing, your referee representing Italy, Mr. Carlo Franchi.
So real world-class level. We've got a few Olympians on display here today, and in this contest we get two going head-to-head. We've talked about how impressive the Japanese team have been this week with their technical ability, lightning speed, skill, and the Brazilians with their flair and fluidity. Both of those styles come head-to-head here in the men's 57 kilo category, and this will be boxing of the highest order. Who will get the better of it?
These are both Paris Olympians. Did any of them get a medal?
No, they did not, but is a former South American Games gold medalist, Oliveira, the Brazilian in blue.
And that's a very, very difficult tournament to win.
And Harada in the quarter-final beat the Mongolian who beat him at the World Boxing Tournament in Mongolia. So he'll take a lot from that. He's obviously made some significant improvements in that time, so he's grown in confidence throughout this, and he'll bring that to this gold medal bout. And beautiful work there from the Brazilian. Nice countering. He's been a real pleasure to watch this week, Oliveira.
There's been some great eye-catching shots there. What he's called the
switches his stance. He's
southpaw now.
He can go first, he can counter, he's got it all. Harada though has to find a chink in the armour. Got the slight height and reach advantage, Oliveira. And he adjusts and adapts so quickly. Luke is really agile. He's able just to react really quickly to whatever the opponent in front of him does.
Harada's got that solid frame where he looks very muscular.
Really well conditioned, the Japanese fighters.
Every time I fought a Japanese fighter, they all had unbelievable engines where they could go all day long.
They really do.
And they was all very strong.
Didn't you find that though in Japan? It felt like everybody was like that. Because even the people who were much older seemed to be playing tennis for fun at like an unbelievable pace. It was like just super fit, all of them.
I've boxed two guys as an amateur from Japan. One of them was in the Olympic semi-final, and I just thought that there was non-stop, had great engines.
Absolutely.
And just every one of them was strong.
Definitely something about it, because the whole nation when I was there just seemed to be really fit and in great condition.
Yeah, they could really take a shot as well.
Good work from Harada there with the lead hand to the body and coming over the top with the backhand. Had success with it twice on the bounce, and a raise of the hand from Oliveira, the Brazilian in blue. So we've got Harada of Japan in red, Oliveira of Brazil in blue. both really high quality operators, and let's see how the judges had it. They've all gone in favour of Oliveira. We've seen some of his lovely tidy work there on your screen, finishing off with that lead hand and catching him. And it's another thing we were discussing yesterday, Luke, because if you come up against a switch hitter, those that are really effective at it does make it difficult when you're in against them. For some people it doesn't work well and it actually confuses themselves more than their opponent, but it's really effective if it comes natural to you and you can be effective out of both stances.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Oliveira, I think start of the round he had really good shots, eye-catching shots, and he took control, I thought, of that round.
Second round.
And certainly the judges saw it the same way, so got his work cut out. Harada had to come from being down in the first round against the Mongolian in the quarter-final, and did go on to win that.
Harada now has to put a little bit more pressure on because he's down, which may change his tactics. Oh, great shot there landed by Harada. Referee separates them there. It was just a bit messy. The referee had to step in and separate the boxers.
That lovely poise and balance, the Brazilian, hasn't he?
I'm very impressed with the full Brazilian team, what I've seen so far. They all seem very calm, cool, and very confident in what they're doing.
You've got Cavallo up next, who's been the standout showman of the week, so you look forward to watching him in action in the next one. But Oliveira certainly living up to that reputation that the Brazilians bring to the sport, of that flair and fluidity and superior footwork, which sets them up for everything.
Harada's defence in this round, I think, is showing really well. It's making Oliveira miss quite a bit. Look, he's in and out really well.
Good work from Harada there. Backhand making its way through.
Just beats Oliveira to the punch. .30 seconds left in this round now, and I feel like it's a very hard round to score. I think both fighters have had success in this round.
Getting frustrated there, Oliveira. Just getting tangled now, it's getting a little bit scrappy, isn't it?
Getting a little bit messy there.
Both raising the hands after that one. Both feel that they did enough to get the nod, but of course all that really matters is how the judges saw it.
Yeah.
Complete turnaround.
1 for 1 at the minute.
Well, that's incredible that Harada has managed to do that again, and as I said before, he had to do this in the quarter-final against the Mongolian who'd previously beaten him, so to have that mentality really says a lot about him, and he's done the same again, down on all the judges' scorecard, and completely turned it around in that second round. We've seen some of his work there, and it was a lot more scrappy, wasn't he? And for Oliveira, he doesn't want to get involved in a scrap, does he?
No.
It's really not going to be to his advantage.
I think Harada did the good work before it just got scrappy. But this round now is all to play for.
It will come down to these final 3 minutes. Who is going to take gold? I've got 5 judges to convince to vote in their favour. Oliveira getting increasingly frustrated, and that could affect his focus. Luke, good work from Harada again.
Harada is a very tricky opponent.
Well, as you say, he's getting his shots off, but then he's right on his chest, so he's not allowing Oliveira the space to reply. He's smothering him, isn't he?
He is. He's getting his work done, which is eye-catching, and then he's holding like this.
What can Oliveira do to combat that then? Because he's somehow got to stop him getting into that position, hasn't he?
I think he's got to lead first. I think he can't wait for Havana to lead in with his combinations.
He's got to find some way to keep that distance. He does it better there, using his footwork and upper body movement, but ends up tangled again. Got to use his feet, the Brazilian, to get in and out and not allow Harada up close to smother him.
For me, the Brazilian can't afford to wait now. He has to be first like this.
That's better from him. He's well capable of doing it. He's technically very skillful, so he can get in and out, but he's just allowed his lead hand to get tucked up there again, hasn't he?
He did, but it's much better work from him when he's leading off first. The referee has to step in and separate him again. Again, you really have to compliment the Japanese skill on defence. He's making Oliveira miss quite a lot.
He's just found a way, hasn't he, to make it difficult for him and to nullify the attributes that Oliveira possesses. And it might not be pretty, but he's doing what he's got to do, and it's for Oliveira to make the adjustments and ensure that he's not able to take that away from him. Because that fluidity, that momentum, that flow with which he thrives on has been taken from him.
Really is.
Can he bring that back for this final minute though? Ends up tangled again. Frustrating for him. Needs to make sure he does the clean work, Oliveira, before he ends up in these tangles. Good work from Harada to the body. Good exchange there. And they're sort of entangling one another, aren't they? Their arms are just getting interlocked.
I think it's that desperation of...
Neither of them are letting go either.
No.
Final 10. Someone's going to want to get these last combinations in, but they end up smothering one another.
Very scrappy right now. Very
both raising their hands, and neither of them, when they got entangled, wanted to be the one to step back, did they? But they didn't seem able or willing to work on the inside either, so bizarre.
It was a hard round to score for me for judging.
Yeah, difficult in the sense that two highly technical, skillful boxers ended up tangled like that in. But that can happen sometimes with styles and tactics, and sometimes you know in your brain you don't want that to happen, and then next minute you end up there again and you can't seem to adjust it. But either way, both jumping up on the toes, both raising the fists in the air. A little dance from Oliveira, but only one man will have his hand raised and take the gold. Let's find out who it's to be.
76. After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials at ringside score a split decision in favour of your winner and men's 57 kilo World Boxing Cup champion. Boxing out of the blue corner, representing Brazil, it's Luis Oliveira. A round of applause for Oliveira.
So Oliveira taking that third and final round, which in the end is what it came down to. It was crucial for him to do that, and just that cleaner work, landing those eye-catching significant shots, and he beats his chest. Shouts out to the crowd who've been in fine voice behind both of these boxers, but a really good performance from Oliveira in the end, and he won it by, oh goodness me, 3-2 in the end. That was the finest of margins, wasn't it? And just goes to show how close it was. But I think that was because they were spoiling each other at times. We didn't get to see the two of them at the very best, but when we got glimpses of it, I think it was a real treat.
I think it was about 15 seconds of work where Oliveira did, where he threw some very eye-catching shots, and then the rest of the round was very messy. But I think it was that little bit of work there, 15 seconds in that round, what won in the round for me.
Well, it was that close. You're dead right. That's how close it was, and got to make sure when they're so close that you take every opportunity to make sure that you've landed those shots and left your mark and left the impression on the judges. So another gold for Brazil, and they'll get another opportunity in this next contest with a very charismatic Carvalho up against Nishiyama of Japan, two really highly skillful boxers who we really enjoyed watching yesterday. Nishiyama gave a great performance in his semi-final, but Carvalho, he's one that stays with you and sticks in your mind, such as his antics and showboating yesterday. Whether we'll get that today, who knows? I suspect we will, because it's just his nature and how he expresses himself. But either way, we're in for an entertaining contest next.
63.5 kilo final. Introducing your boxers. And firstly, making his way to the red corner, representing Japan. Give it up for Shion Nishiyama!
Another of the very impressive Japanese team, supremely well conditioned. He's been one of the stars this the week so far. Impressive win in round 16 against Yibin, forcing 3 standing counts in the contest, and he beat Germany's Asan Hansen in the quarter-final and Thailand's Sakdar Anthem in the semi-final. He won gold in Mongolia at the World Boxing Tournament in September. Can he add another one here in Sheffield today?
And ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the corner, representing Brazil, give it up for Breno de Carvalho!
Impossible not to notice. You cannot ignore this man, the 22-year-old from Salvador. Always has an energetic ring walk, the southpaw. He beat Germany's Dennis Brill in the quarter-final. There's a very unusual crouch down right before the first bell. I'm sure we'll see that again today. He beat Mongolia's Zenker Tekshigal in the semi-final. He's charismatic, he's a showman.
I'm looking forward to this one.
This is going to be really exciting. He really has been the standout showman of this tournament, but Nishiyama did the basics and the technicals really, really well. The fundamentals, let's say, really well in his contest throughout the week. So, really interesting clash of styles, personalities and approaches here.
He looks quite small for the weight.
He does indeed. Let's see if he does that crouch before. There we go. Crouching right down. That's what he does before the first bell. I wonder why that is. Like a 100-metre sprint straight out the blocks. And here we go then. Brace yourselves, because this one, it's going to be really interesting.
2 southpaws again.
Nishiyama, very disciplined, controlled. Brazilian.
Good timing there from the
flair.
Brazilian.
Lovely work. That jab of Nishiyama. Fast in and out. Without reply from Carvalho.
Nishiyama's working well to the body. Again, he just landed there. 1-2 to the body. Good footwork in and out. I reckon the Brazilian missed there.
Really precise, that jab, isn't it?
He made him
like
miss.
A sniper.
He made him miss by a fraction there, and then straight back and countered that shot.
Doesn't waste any shots, Nishiyama. He waits, he's patient, then explodes into action and is very, very accurate with that sharp jab. The Brazilian struggling to find a way to get into close range here. Manages it, but in a scrappy manner. Nothing significant landed. He's going to have to make some adjustments here. Breno de Cavallo is the man in blue representing Brazil.
Nishiyama there just shaking his head at the Brazilian.
And he'll have seen him throughout this week, Luke, and he'll know what to expect. So will his coaches. So they'll have prepared for whatever was in front of them. Did you used to like to see opponents, or would you rather not watch them?
I used to watch maybe 2 rounds, maybe like 4 hours before the fight, and that was about it. But I did that. I never really watched any of my opponents throughout my whole career, which maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have studied them a little bit more. But in the amateur game, you ain't got time because you're fighting a brand new style. You know, if you're going through tournaments, in the World Championships, I had 6 fights. You know, you don't have time to study each and every one of them because you don't know what it's going to be.
Here's some of that fancy footwork and showmanship for the Brazilian. Perhaps he's decided it's time to start to bring some of that in here.
It certainly looked good, but I'm not sure if it won him the round.
Not had much success, has he, there, in terms of being able to land Nishiyama's discipline. And as I say, the fundamentals he does very, very well, as we've seen with all the Japanese fighters.
Nishiyama working that
really
jab.
good technically, 4-1 in his favour. And there's no surprise there because he landed the more significant shots and he appeared in control of every aspect of that. The really pace of it, ringmanship was good as well. Very, very controlled, disciplined performance. Great
lead hand there, snapping the Brazilian's head back. He used the jab well to the body as well. But yeah, great work there from Nishiyama.
We talked before about boots as well. Huang obviously, who won gold earlier, choosing to wear trainers, and it has been commented on with the Japanese team that they do have those Mizuno boots that are really difficult to get hold of, and everyone's quite boot envy of those. But of course, they look like Nishiyama has them as well, and
the old-fashioned style, them ones, the leather.
Absolutely, yeah. Here we go now. De Cavallo has upped the intensity. He's got to be careful not to get caught. But
both going toe to toe.
Goodness me,
this is entertaining.
Fierce and ferocious exchanges here, both having successes. And the Brazilian has come out all guns blazing here. He's decided to go through the gears and really try and put it on Nishiyama. But Nishiyama seems to have maintained his composure for the most part.
Nishiyama did not need to be there in that exchange. He's winning. He needs to pick his punches a little bit better than get involved in exchanges like that.
Stern word from the referee, making sure Ian Ennis that he's really heard what he's had to say. Settled a little bit now, but what a blistering start from the Brazilian. He did get caught on the way in the last exchange though, but he pushes him back up against the ropes. Nishiyama, Japanese boxer in red.
His
shoelace undone. Just talking about boots, weren't we?
Very entertaining first 30 seconds of the round there.
Superb, wasn't it? Really enjoyable. Not that high level of technical skill, just two boxers going at it toe to toe, and enjoyable nonetheless. Good work to the body now from De Cavallo. He had to change things up. Only one judge going in his favour in the first round. Little tangle again.
Nishiyama cannot let the Brazilian come out and start taking control now.
No, absolutely not. And sometimes they're a little bit wild, these swings from De Cavallo, aren't they? Not really getting any purchase on them, not setting himself. There's some of those
coming in swinging,
fancy feet again.
The Brazilian coming in swinging with the lead up. Nishiyama just really needs to stay calm under that.
Into the final minute of the second round then. And I think the one thing that De Cavallo has managed to do here is take a little bit of the momentum and the control from Nishiyama. Although it has been a little bit wild and unorthodox, your eyes are on the Brazilian now as opposed to
They certainly
to
are.
Nishiyama, so it's worked in some regards, hasn't it?
But I don't know who's winning the exchanges.
It certainly made this more difficult for the judges, I would say, than the first round, where you did feel that it was clear Nishiyama had done the better work, although a really good backhand from him, but Cavallo replied as well, so...
Both putting their hands up to say I landed that shot.
Making sure we all know. Good work there from Cavallo, really exploded into action and closed the distance very quickly to get his shots off. A word from the referee, last couple of seconds in this second round. Well, we did say it'd be entertaining, not necessarily the entertainment you might expect for different reasons, but it certainly was entertaining. And I mean, he came right out of the blocks, didn't he? At the start of that second round, it was blistering action, and then toe to toe. Goodness me, we weren't expecting that for the second round, but it certainly made it difficult to judge.
I certainly think the Brazilian there flustered Nishiyama there from Japan.
Well, these scorecards then, the judges did like that approach from Carvalho because they've all gone in his favour. One judge going 10-8, so that's put him in a great position here. And then that, you know, as I say, he's unpredictable, he's got a lot of flair.
I think
he does things differently, and it's put Nishiyama off his...
Put him off his game for sure,
yeah. And we can see some of these shots landing really clearly from Carvalho. It's not just wild, erratic work. There's a method in the madness, if you like, because he's landed with a number of shots, as you saw in the replay there. So that approach has worked for him. So it's who makes the better adjustments in this final round. This is what it's going to come down to. Concentration required from Nishiyama. Can't afford to give away too many wild shots like he did in that second round, but Carvalho applying the pressure once again. He knows that's the way to get at and disrupt and unsettle Nishiyama.
Nishiyama working behind the jab there.
That's much better when he does that, isn't it? It's a stiff, solid, commanding jab. Needs to utilise it more frequently, and that interrupts that flow and those lunging attacks from Carvalho.
Yeah, great work there though from Nishiyama, making Carvalho miss.
Has to be a bit busier with that jab, Nishiyama.
Seems to be a good tool for him in this fight. He needs to use it more.
Those straight shots down the middle have been so effective for him. Not necessarily need anything flashy or fancy. That has worked really well. But Di Carvalho nullified that in the second round by simply wading in, swinging, and he caught Nishiyama really clean with some of those combinations. There he goes again, and then ties him up. Really good work from both boxers, this. Really important that they land those telling shots here, Luke, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. It's all to play for. You got the last round there, and either fighter could win this fight.
This is almost as if Di Carvalho tried to box in the basic way, you know, do the basics in the first round, and thought, right, that's not working for me. I'm going to express myself as is natural and right for me, and it certainly works in his favour. We haven't seen as much showmanship as yesterday. I think that's due to the intensity
and how good
of the contest and the quality of Nishiyama, but yesterday we did see quite a bit more of that, but we've certainly seen some of it on display today. And doesn't he have a really unpredictable style? That's what makes him exciting to watch.
Very erratic, yeah.
But he's open to be caught as well, isn't he? If Nishiyama can just time it, keep the clarity while he's coming at him, but very difficult to do when he's marauding forward with those swings, as you've just seen there, backing Nishiyama up against the ropes. What a contest this has been as we enter the final 30 seconds. Still could stake a claim for this gold medal, both of them, if they can just find those openings and land those eye-catching shots. That could be the difference.
The Brazilian backing him up to the ropes there. The referee coming in, splitting him up.
Is the time for one more big shot? Carvalho, gloves low.
I feel like we need one more big shot from the
Nice 1-2 for him to finish. Beats his chest. A roar for the crowd. He feels he's done enough. Well, that was like a different fight every single round, wasn't it? We got something completely differently, and
I feel like that 1-2 from Nishiyama right at the end certainly could have played a big part in that round.
Well, it was really interesting in terms of the judging, and understandably so, because that was so much variation in that contest. Nishiyama stuck to his task, boxed the way that he boxes, but Carvalho made significant changes after that first round, and very unpredictable. That's the way he expresses himself, and it put him off his...
Both guys looking confident of the win.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah. Put him off somewhat, Nishiyama, but both showing great respect for one another, as is often the case. Both raising the hands, though.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's fine, the result.
77 after 3 rounds of boxing. We go to the scorecards with your officials at ringside. Score a split decision in favour of your winner and men's 63.5 kilo World Boxing Cup Champion 2024. Boxing out of the blue corner, representing Brazil, it's Breno de Carvalho.
Well, there's those signature dance moves that we've seen throughout the week from Breno de Carvalho. He certainly is a character, lots of charisma, lots of personality, and expresses it in the ring. So congratulations to him, another gold for Brazil. You have to feel for Shion Nishiyama of Japan, because that was a great performance. He's been brilliant all week. Really highly technical boxer, but just couldn't quite figure out the puzzle today. And it was a complicated puzzle indeed that Carvalho brought to the table.
It was a great performance from both boxers. And
3 judges going in favour of Carvalho in that third and final round, and that's what gave him the nod.
Carvalho did good to change that around. I think from losing that first round there and coming out and
like you say, the stuff that he did,
second,
you cannot coach.
No.
You could not have said at the end of that first round, what I'd like you to do now, shuffle your feet, in and out, throw a random backhand, spin around, and you know, you just couldn't, could you? The boxer would be looking at you saying, what are you talking about? But to him, that's a natural part of his boxing expression, isn't it? It certainly interrupted the flow of Nishiyama, who gave a really disciplined performance throughout, particularly in the first round. So well done, another gold medal for Brazil. And we're going to have more medal ceremonies now with the men's 51 kilogram category, which we have an Englishman who earned himself a silver medal earlier in Ellis Trowbridge, and Batulga Alda Kishig from Mongolia taking gold. So we'll hand to MC Craig Deno for the proceedings.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be presented by Boris van der Vost, President of World Boxing. So in joint third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing Japan, Sushi Makino, and representing Panama, Luis Pache. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing England, it's Ellis Trowbridge. And ladies and gentlemen, now in first place, your men's 51 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Mongolia, Batulga Alda-Kishig. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Sushi Makino, Luis Peche, Alice Trowbridge and Batunga Alda Shikshig. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal ceremony for the men's 57 kilo category of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2024. Once again, the medals will be presented by Boris van der Vorst, the President of World Boxing. In joint third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing the Republic of Korea, Jaeyong Shin, and representing China, Zinlin Chen. In second place and in winner of the silver medal, representing Japan, Shunai Harada. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in first place, your men's 57 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal, representing Brazil, Luis Oliveira. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Jaeyong Shin, Zinlin Chen, Shunai Harada and Luis Oliveira. Once again, please show your appreciation for the men's 57 kilo medalists. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to bout number 78, which is the men's 71 kilo final. Introducing your boxers and making their way to the ring. Your red corner, representing England. Give it up for O'Dell Camara.
men's 71 kilo category. Odell Kamara of England in red beat Mongolia's Michiel Batamor in the quarterfinals, and Panama's Eduardo Beckford in the semis yesterday, where he was really impressive. His straight backhand was a real weapon for him in that one. Really impressive, strong, powerful. Won gold in his international debut for GB Boxing out in Spain a couple of months ago. Let's hope he can add another one here today for the English contingent. It's up against Ceremonies Okazawa, who'll be hoping to have one for Japan. Really good display from him throughout the week. Really interesting style. Excellent technically. And again, as I said at the start of the day, so impressive, the Japanese team. Let's hope that we see the best of him as well, because if we get the best of these two, we're really in for a treat. As a Ghanaian father, Okazawa, Japanese mother, boxed at the Paris Olympics but was beaten in the round of 16. Was a world champion back in 2021 at a lower weight, the Asian Games champion in 2022. His route here, he beat China's Yida Wulieta in the quarterfinal and won a split decision yesterday against Magomed Skachidov of Germany, who really pushed him all the way, especially in the third round. So both had tough contests to get here. As I say, let's hope that we get the best of these two, because if we do, we'll be in for another high quality affair between two exceptional boxers. And Luke, the one thing that stood out yesterday with Kamara was that power. Really strong, powerful boxer.
I watched his interview yesterday after his fight, and he seemed like very passionate and
the adrenaline was certainly pumping, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a great interview.
It was. Ooh,
There's that power.
Straight out.
Exclamations from the crowd. So the Englishman, Odell Kamara in red, Okazawa of Japan in blue. We've seen an early glimpse of the power that Kamara possesses. The trick and the skill is finding the openings to detonate those big shots.
Okazawa seems to have a cut as well on the top of his right eye. I think that was maybe from one of his last fights.
He's got that thick set, sturdy, strong build, hasn't he, Kamara? And he really does possess real punch power. This, of course, the 71 kilo category, so there's some weight behind those shots. Okazawa just on his toes. He's gone flat-footed now, just trying to evoke a response from Kamara. Referee asking them to engage, and don't need to ask Kamara twice as he's straight into the action. It's like a little bomb just waiting to go off, isn't he? Because when he explodes, he really throws himself into those shots, and Okazawa will know he's got his work cut out. He can't afford to lack concentration here, because any lapse, Kamara will pounce on you.
You can see Okazawa there is a little bit cagey, doesn't really want to engage.
He's very cautious, isn't he? And that'll be due to that power that he's felt from Kamara early on here, making him tentative in his approach. Which again, can leave you open, can't it? Referee just asking the doctor to check. There's a clash of heads, wasn't there? And got a cut there. Yeah, that's not a great deal of blood coming from it, Luke, but it's a significant wound, isn't it? I think we'll start to see the blood coming from it as this progresses, though, I would imagine. We've got work to do in the corner at the end of this first round, and it was that clash of heads, and there we can see the blood starting to seep from that wound now.
It seemed from that clash of heads, though, that...
Yeah, because Okazawa was touching his head as well, wasn't he? But
clearly not.
Both seem to... Yeah. And this can happen, of course, when you're coming in with such ferocity. If there is a clash of heads, then this is the outcome. So both sustained a cut early on in this first round. Doctor just doing the best there to
Trying to see
stem it. Both corners will have the work cut out at the end of this first round.
It's very explosive, is Kamara.
Okazawa just trying to match that explosiveness, but it's not his natural style. He's going to have to do something to combat that though, because Kamara won't stop coming. As soon as he gets the opportunity, good evasive defensive work from the Englishman.
Oh, is that a knockdown? Yep.
Referee has scored it as such, yeah. Okazawa, body language indicates that he felt he slipped. But the count given nonetheless.
Well, that was a good first round there for the
Let's
English
see
fighter.
the damage that's been done here though, because they're both bleeding, so both corners are going to have to get to work on those cuts and make sure that they're not an issue. Difficult one to score, but you've got to say that the clean shots, the powerful shots came from Kamara, so I would expect it to go his way.
Well, they've scored it at 10-9 to him, which is...
One judge is giving it, an Australian judge is giving it 10-8.
Yeah,
all gone in favour of Kamara, and I would agree with that because he was you know, when he came forward, there's no stopping him, was he? He's like a tsunami coming at you, isn't he?
But because of the 8 count, I thought it would have been a 10-8 round to Kamara.
Seconds out.
Referee just indicating to both boxers to watch their heads. Let's hope there's not
He's
more
letting
cuts,
his
but
shots go well,
Kamara's just
Kamara.
absolutely relentless with that power, isn't he? He will not be denied, and once he gets in range.
And he's very explosive on the inside here for Okusawi. Kamara very explosive in his way.
It's like a train coming at you, isn't it?
Looks like he's trying to draw him in and then just explode with this ferocious combination.
Okazawa trying to work out how he can combat this now, because he's on the track, right in the way of this steam train coming right at him, which is of course Odell Kamara, and with that he possesses the power and the tenacity to really pose a threat.
Kamara's just beating Okusawa to the shot here. For me, he's stepping in and landing the first shots.
Body language from Okazawa as well
doesn't look great, does it?
No, he's wincing quite a lot and complaining about perhaps the cuts on his eye maybe, or the nature of this contest. I'm not sure which, but that won't concern Kamara.
You see, Kamara's got a cut, but he just seems to be getting on with it.
As I mentioned before, he has got a gold under his belt already this year, Kamara. That was on his international debut for GB out in Spain a couple of months ago, so a really, really good start to his international career. And he'll want to end the year on another gold, because that'll set him up, Luke, in a very, very competitive category, 71 kilo in any nation.
Definitely so.
Set him up well for 2025 if he can add another gold here.
He's doing better than what I did.
What, in your opening contest? I was going to say not long term.
I got a bronze medal in my first. No, I'm lying actually. I got a gold medal in my first one. It was my second one. I got a bronze. But so he's still ahead of me.
I don't think that's too bad, is it? A gold and a bronze, to be fair.
Yeah.
Most people would take that, I think. Nice uppercut on the inside from Kamara there. Point deduction there.
Wow.
That is surprising, isn't it?
What was that for? I didn't even see it. Off of the head.
Kamara just using some fancy footwork now to just stay out of range from Okazawa. No, he doesn't need to get involved in anything at the...
For me, Kamara's took Okusawa completely off his game plan.
He has. I think he's really struggling to know how to deal with this sheer
I agree.
aggression. And as I say, it's like an absolute steam train coming at him, flying down the track undeterred.
Oh, he's 100% commitment in what he's doing. You know, but he's drawing him in as well. He's moving around the ring to draw him in, and then he's just lunging forward with this ferocious combination, and he's just catching him off guard.
All in favour of Kamara then, all the judges. There was also a point deduction in there as well, so the odds really stacked up against Okazawa now, and he has looked really impressive in some of his contests. But I think, just as we've said before, Luke, that when you go to different tournaments you come up against completely different styles. This sheer aggression from Kamara is proving very, very difficult for Okazawa to deal with. It's not like a technical thing or a tactical approach, it's the sheer aggression. It's just really troubling him, and even his body language is giving that off, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this would be a great win for him, for Kamara to beat Okazawa, because of how experienced he is and what he's done as an elite international boxer.
A big scalp to take, as they say.
Clash of heads there when Kamara stepped in with a 1-2.
And they're both
watch it back on the replay.
Yeah, they're both
missed that.
And it's, you could hear both of the boxers there.
It's 2 cuts, I believe.
Sort of loudly exclaiming their discontent with that, because there's a cut on the other side now for Kamara. You could hear both of them then, couldn't you, sort of shouting about that. Let's see what happened here then.
Steps in with 1-2.
There was a coming together, another head clash. Okazawa pounding his glove against his leg in frustration at that. Not happy, and the doctor's got plenty of work to do here.
Okazawa holding his... Is it finished?
Yeah, it is indeed.
The doctor stopped the fight?
Yeah, they're taking off the tape of Okazawa's gloves.
Must be a bad cut then, that second clash.
Yeah.
Okazawa holding his head there.
Okazawa's got another one that's above his eyebrow now.
Oh, look at the lump.
Yeah.
He's got a huge lump on the side of his forehead.
On the right hand side of his head, I think.
Wow. Looks like a second brain.
Yeah, real swelling.
Did it go to the scorecard?
Above. Look, you can see it there even from a distance.
Huge.
It's that's like an egg, isn't it, on his head, and 2 cuts on either side for Kamara. Well, these two, there'll be no doubt that they've been in a fight, will there, the way that these two are going to look after it. And there we can see that wound.
What happens here then? Is this a technical
to the
draw?
eye of Kamara? Let's go to our MC, Craig Denno.
Gentlemen, round number 78. Due to the accidental clash of heads, we go to the judges' scorecards. So, ladies and gentlemen, going to the judges' scorecards, your officials at ringside score a unanimous decision in favour of your winner and men's 71 kilo World Boxing Cup Champion 2024. Boxing at the red corner, representing England.
So there we go, and Luke was just asking, but we didn't want to miss the announcement there, but just asking what happens. And it's the same as yesterday we had with Vivian Parsons in her semi-final, that she was way ahead on the scorecards in the second round when there was an injury sustained to her opponent. An innocuous lower leg injury, it seemed to be her knee. She went down, couldn't continue, and it went to the scorecards, and that's what we've seen here. But due to that clash of heads, a huge swelling to the head of Okazawa of Japan, and 2 cuts to Odell Kamara, and the doctor felt that one couldn't continue. But
that was a great victory for Kamara there.
It certainly was, and he was well ahead on the scorecard. So
he was a very experienced guy.
Absolutely. So he took the decision, and rightly so. You're seeing there some of that frustration from Okazawa. He just seemed to really struggle with that sheer aggression from Kamara, and he'll be really difficult to handle. He's a handful for anybody, Luke, isn't he?
He is a handful.
Now you can see the scores there. The first 2 rounds and the third round, up to the point that it was stopped, of course. And
you need to have great timing and really good footwork to beat Kamara there.
And also that composure to not panic, because that kind of style and approach and aggression can really panic you, understandably, when that's coming at you. That sheer force. And so Okazawa will back to the gym, of course, and they'll work on that. May not come up against that very often, particularly in the amateurs. You don't get it as much, do you? But he'll hopefully learn from that experience and do things differently should he come up against that again. But ultimately a win for the Englishman, Odell Kamara. And as I said before the contest, really what was eye-catching about him yesterday was that aggression, that power and that style. And he's got himself another gold medal to cap off a great year for him, having made his international debut for GB at the tournament in Spain, where he took gold. He's got another gold to add to that collection now. Men's 80 kilo and men's super heavyweight still to come here. So 2 finals, and this 80 kilo sees another England boxer up against Japan.
Give it up for Dimeji Sheto.
It was a great performance from Dimeji Shitu yesterday. He beat Korea's Min Seong Kim with an impressive performance, using those long levers and elusive movement as well. He displayed good footwork. So again,
ladies and gentlemen,
England face Japan.
To the blue corner, representing Japan, give it up for Go Akaya.
Again, very impressive in his semi-final yesterday, Go Wakaya. He faced the Brazilian, Wanderlei de Souza Pereira. And again, these two, 80 kilos, very, very different builds, as you'll see when Go Wakaya enters the ring. Shitu, very long, rangy, tall. Wakaya, a little bit the shorter man. Sturdy, solid build. So both bring something different, and it's about which man can utilise those attributes most effectively, Luke, isn't it?
Yep, it looks like Wakawa's certainly got to get on the inside here. He's in against a taller guy with, looks like he's got a very long range on him as well.
Representing World Boxing, and Judge 5 representing World Boxing. Your referee representing Australia, Jana Dale.
Use them feet, Lee, all the time. On the low knees, nice boxing, let's go that jab. Stop into that jab.
Boxing out of the southpaw position then, Wakaya of Japan in blue, Dimeji Shitu of England in red. Big, solid, thick set Japanese fighter. Shitu wobbles him, catches him off balance. Needs to be busy with that lead hand, Shitu, as he was yesterday. Lovely backhand as well, finding a home on the chin of Wakaya.
Great work there from Shitu, just stepping in with that 1-2. Got such a long reach on him. He really needs to use that for his advantage.
He has an interest in the Luke sometimes. Can end up a bit scrappy, but we haven't seen that from him this week. Whether we'll see that today, I don't know, but sometimes those long levers, they get entangled, but he tends to work clean and work well on the outside, and he's keeping it long at the moment, making it difficult for Wakaya to find a way through.
Yeah, Shitu there is beating him to the jab. Good work so far from the English boxer.
Stabbing out that long jab, Shitu. Nice work from him in the opening stages of this first round.
Doesn't seem to be fazed by the southpaw as well. He's getting straight to work, Shitu.
And sometimes that can be overthought, can't it, and overcomplicated.
Yeah, because
especially if fighters get it in the mind that that's their nemesis, and
Looks like Wakaya wants to sit back and counter punch, but Shitu's just not giving him that opportunity.
Great support for Dimitri Shitu in here. You can hear clear instructions being shouted from ringside. Just waiting, hands low, waiting to try and pick Wakaya off.
Laces are undone, I think.
A lot of loose laces today. Not the case for Wakaya. Another pair of those signature Japanese Mizuno boots on display. Action resumes though.
Wakaya there trying to step forward with a combination.
Who do you think's had the better of this first round then? Shitu's looked in control to me.
I think Shitu's certainly had the winning in this round so far for me. He's thrown more shots, landed more shots, and just been more effective in what he's doing.
Good use of the feet there to just step back and increase that distance. And
I think there's a bit of frustration there going back to the corner of Wakaya.
he's just not managed to get at Shitu, has he? And that's been because he's used his attributes effectively. He's kept it long, he's taken the step back when he's needed to, not allowed him to work on the inside.
Just can't figure him out right now, I don't think.
And that's why all the judges have Dimitri Shitu up on their card after that first round. World Boxing Cup finals here live on the World Boxing YouTube channel, capping off a great year of international action. It began here in Sheffield in January and it's come full circle, having seen tournaments in Colorado and Mongolia. Last chance for boxers to claim gold on the international scene at the end of this year. It's a hive of activity here at the Institute of Sport in Sheffield. All sorts of sports going on here and a very busy Saturday at the centre. Great environment. We've got world-class elite level Olympic style boxing here in front of us on finals day, which has been a real pleasure to watch. Alongside me, Luke Campbell, of course, has been all the way through that cycle to the very top of amateur boxing as Olympic champion, and this is where those important experiences happen and the development of these boxers. World Championships coming up next year in Liverpool, so really important for these boxers to make a statement. And Shitu, a good first round and follows up with some quality in the second round. Nice lead hand to finish that exchange there, and that's what's interesting about him as well. He's tall, but he's really agile, and we saw there really quickly pivoted to get that lead hand off.
Just watching this now, just Wakaya just doesn't look like he's got any answers for Shitu. No answers whatsoever.
Nothing's quite clicking for him, is it? You can see that he's technically capable, of course, but just not able to get close enough to work.
I always think a boxer's distracted when they keep looking outside the ring.
Yeah, Wakaya has been looking to the folks sat directly behind us issuing instructions, and plenty of instructions, very vocal, coming from behind us for Shitu as well, but he's not taking his eyes off his opponent. Wakaya constantly looking out and nodding, and it's not doing her any favours as he ships yet another shot from Shitu, landed clean.
Wakaya keeps looking someone behind me. He should be focusing on the guy in front of him. Very elusive style, this Shitu. Very awkward, long range, tall, and what looks like great footwork as well.
Yeah, he's very comfortable, isn't he, moving around the ring, using every inch of it, making it even more difficult for Wakaya to close the distance. Lovely use of that uppercut as well.
Really was. This will be something that Wakaya probably doesn't like doing going forward. I think he's a southpaw that likes to sit back and wait, but he's got no choice to come forward with this guy.
He was very much in control yesterday in the semi-final against the Brazilian Wanderlei de Souza Pereira, was Wakaya. very, very different style in front of him today, and he's finding it difficult to make the necessary adjustments.
Great work there by
to get
Shitu.
himself ahead. Excellent work from Shitu here in the second round to build on. That was a cracking opening round for him. Took it on all the judges' scorecards, and suspect he'll do the same in this second round. Really good use of that jab yet again from him. Really good work from the Englishman in red, Dmitry Shitu.
Really is.
We suspect he's taking the second round as well.
Walked him onto a lovely right hand there, right near the final bell. Great work by Shitu.
And there we have it. Clean sweep again. What a cracking 2 rounds for Dmitry Shitu in the men's 80 kilo category.
Wakaya's got a lot of work to do in this last round if he wants to try and get this
victory. And the
victory.
potential for Dmitry Shitu, Luke, as well, given that the man from Romford's only 22 years old and 80 kilos, so plenty of development physically for him. Won't have reached his anywhere near his full strength, of course.
No, he's certainly got the stature to go even higher.
He certainly has, and he can build on that physique, but as we see there, lovely little pivot. Had no right to get that lead hand off from that position, but he did. And with the development here and the technical ability that he's displaying, and the room for growth in every sense, physically and as an athlete,
Shitu
real potential for him.
Yeah, just seems to be hitting him from every angle. He looks like he's really enjoying himself in there now, Shitu.
He did caught him coming in there, but it deemed a slip, so back underway and no count. But in 4 years' time, Luke, the 26. And if we're looking ahead to LA 2028, that's exciting, isn't it?
And that 4 years will go by like a flash. You've just got to stay disciplined and be consistent.
And if he continues in this vein, Luke, he'll be one of those names that others in the 80 kilo category will not want to draw.
He certainly
because
will.
He's really awkward.
Great. Lovely stuff.
Great confidence displayed here, really relaxed. And he can enjoy this now. He doesn't want to take any silly shots in this final round. He can just enjoy doing what he does best. He knows he's up on the scorecards, presumably.
The Englishman now in the red corner, Shitu, seems to be really enjoying himself in there. He looks like he's having a lot of fun.
Great position to be in, isn't it, when you don't have to chase that third round, or when it's not all coming down to it, and you can just enjoy it, because often your opponent will get desperate and it leaves them vulnerable, and you can pick them off and use it to your advantage, and he does. He takes the momentum from Wakaya there as he falls through the ropes. Just in sheer desperation. Wonderful backhand there from Shitu, really accurate, well delivered.
Lovely shot.
And you know, his coach has compared his style to Tyson Fury. You can see why, Luke, can't you?
Yeah, I can certainly see resemblance there.
Those long levers and that relaxed style, and plenty of charisma and personality on show here from Shitu.
I think he's probably better than Tyson Fury, in my opinion, with his skills and his movement.
He's very, very agile in this 80 kilo category. And Wakaya has been completely bamboozled and ships another couple of shots from Shitu. It's been a difficult day's work for the Japanese boxer, who's performed really, really well and is a very capable boxer, but he's just not been able to display any of that, such has been the superior movement and quality that's come from Shitu. And quick word from the referee there of him hanging on the ropes. That's very Tyson Fury-esque, isn't it? And
certainly is.
Final few seconds here, and he's been able to showboat and parade a little bit in this final round, and he's earned the right to do so, because what a performance. And hangs his head, and a shake of the head go Wakaya, because he just really wasn't able to solve the puzzle of Shitu there, although really applied himself well, and credit to him for making it competitive. But Dmitry Shitu, what a performance. He's been exceptional throughout this competition, and he'll be adding another goal to his collection to end off a really good year.
Yeah, I'll just capitalise on that. What a great performance there from Shitu. The Japanese Wakaya just had no answer for him whatsoever. Shittu was hitting him from every angle and it looked like he was in there having so much fun and enjoying all that hard work, what he's been doing in the gym. Well done.
Boxing, we go to the scorecards where your officials earn ringside. Score a unanimous decision victory in favour of your winner and men's 80 kilo World Boxing Cup Champion 2024. Boxing out of the red corner is
Great support for Demiji Shittu on the feet behind us here. Go Wakaya gave a great account of himself, the Japanese fighter, but he knew that just today he didn't have the answers. Demiji Shittu, though, was a step ahead in every department, and a really good statement from him, nicking a gold medal here. Really impressive stuff, to the delight of the supporters that have come. And as we've mentioned before, it's not often that the home nations boxers get to compete on home soil, so a great opportunity for them for the second time this year to compete on the international stage and have their family and friends and supporters here cheering them on. Such an important part of the athlete's journey. It's great to share these very special moments with them, because all the ups and downs that you go through, this makes it all worthwhile for them and for the competitors. And Demiji Shittu can go and do just that now and enjoy this special moment with his family and friends who've come down to support him. But a great atmosphere here in Sheffield. As I say, a hive of activity here at the English Institute of Sport on this Saturday. All sorts of sports going on all across the centre. And in this little section here, in this arena, but a great atmosphere. Boxing of the highest quality, world-class talent on display. We have one more contest still to come in the men's super heavyweight division, so don't go anywhere. Brazil and Italy, and they were both incredibly explosive and entertaining yesterday, so make sure you stay with us for that one. But before that, got the medal ceremonies on the way, starting with the men's 63.5 kilo category.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be presented by Mike McAtee, Executive Director and Chief Executive of USA Boxing. In joint third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing Thailand, Sakta Ruamthan, and representing Mongolia, Hector Tekshi Jagal. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Japan, Shion Nishiyama. And ladies and gentlemen, and now in first place, your men's 63.5 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and the winner of the gold medal, representing Brazil, Breno de Carvalho. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Sakta Ruamthan, Hector Tekshi Jagal, Shion Nishiyama and Breno de Carvalho. Once again, please show your appreciation for the men's 63.5 kilo medalists. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal ceremony for the men's 71 kilo category of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2024 here at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. Ladies and gentlemen, once again the medals will be presented by Mike McAtee, the Executive Director and Chief Executive of USA Boxing. In joint third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing Germany, it's Magomed Shachidov, and representing Panama, Eduardo Beckford. And in second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Japan, Sowanreds Okazawa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in first place, your men's 71 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal, representing England, Odell Kamara. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Eduardo Beckford, Magomed Shachidov, Sowanreds Okazawa, and Odell Kamara. So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the men's 71 kilo medalists. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our final bout of the competition. It's bout number 81. It's the men's over 92 kilo final. Introducing your boxers to the ring, and firstly, the red corner representing Brazil. Give it up for Joel Ramos da Silva.
Well, this one promises to be an absolute barnstormer, not just because it's the super heavyweight category, which of course you can't take your eyes off, because that kind of weight behind the punches, anything can happen. But I say that because these two were exceptional yesterday, really exciting. Ramos da Silva from Brazil in red beat Taeyong Ju in the semi-final. He had just one fight to reach the final, but he's a really agile switch hitter, lots of movement, fluid, relaxed style, really exciting. But this man, Diego Lenzi, was so impressive yesterday in the semi-final. He overcame Germany's Nikita Putilov, who he lost to previously, right here in Sheffield in January. at the World Boxing GB Open, and he managed to avenge that. So he'll have taken great confidence that at this stage,
Ladies and gentlemen,
with all those months in between, he's made vast improvements and got the win against the man who beat him and took gold here in January. He's a really tenacious boxer, and he'll hope to finish the year on a high, having beaten the man who beat him in January. Now he has the chance to go for gold here. And so far, we've got England on 3 golds today, Brazil on 3. That could be about to change and go up to 4. Japan, Chinese, Taipei, Mongolia all on 1 gold, and Korea on 2. Italy with the first opportunity and only opportunity to take a gold today. Of course, we would have been seeing England's Isaac Oko in against Korea's Hanwell Jung, but Jung unfortunately got an injury yesterday and wasn't able to compete today, so real disappointment for Isaac Oko, who wasn't able to compete for the gold in the men's 92 kilo category. But we close out today's action with the super heavyweights, and these two really different styles yesterday. The Italian, very explosive, very aggressive. The Brazilian, fluid, lots of flair and relaxed. So let's see how this one pans out. Nice double jab from Ramos da Silva. I just feel like Lenzy's just biding his time, Luke, ready to explode and detonate those hard-hitting hands of his.
Yeah, he seems to be taking the centre of the ring now, and he looks very explosive, does the Italian.
He's got those strong arms, he's got a real solid build, and he tees off on the Brazilian there. And we've seen in the previous contest that lovely relaxed fluid style of these Brazilian fighters is great, but it's only effective when they keep the work rate up, and he can't afford to get outworked. Or lovely work from Lenzy there. Yeah, I was just going to say, can't afford to be outworked or allow too many of those big shots from Lenzy to land the Brazilian. He's got to be working.
Lenzy yesterday beat a very good boxer in the German, but I seen him in Mongolia last year. But he's
And what happened yesterday with Lenzy against Putilov is
good.
Really good work from the Brazilian there.
Yeah.
Just firing out that lead hand in those little gaps. Slight as they were, he found a way through, but Lenzy in reply. And yesterday Putilov found himself really tentative, because such was the power that was coming back from Lenzy. He ended up falling short, and Lenzy just powering through with overhand rights that did the damage, as we've just seen there, catching Brazilian with that same shot. Really interesting tactically of who will be able to dominate in this one, if anybody. It might just be a real close encounter throughout, but
Ramos da Silva's boxing is very good. Very good.
Lenzy imposing himself with that aggressive, powerful style.
Lenzy seems to be stood in front of him with his hands down.
And it can be advantageous for him, that, can't it? Because he's snapping out those jabs from that low hand position, which is out of the line of sight for Ramos da Silva, so it can be difficult to predict when it's coming from that lower position. He's got to punch down da Silva, of course, and he is using that to his advantage, Lenzy.
Yeah, Lenzy's defence in there was very good. Once the judges got it.
4 in favour
of the
Brazilian Ramos da Silva.
Yeah, I think the Brazilian did some very good work in that round. I thought the Lenzy, the guy in the blue from Italy, he can't afford to give shots away, and I think he might have just give 1 or 2 extra away in that round. He didn't have to.
It's a really difficult one to call. I mean, you've got that aggressive come forward style of Lenzy, but Ramos da Silva really displaying his boxing IQ, because he was just finding the gaps, wasn't he? And yeah, he shipped a big shot there, but he'd already let 3 go that had landed, so the judges obviously
Ramos is doing very good,
that.
staying calm under the pressure. that Lindsay is setting.
And he stays in the pocket, doesn't he? Even under fire, he stays in there and finds the gaps and gets his own shots off. Right in the thick of the action, which is impressive stuff, and judges obviously have noted that. Lindsay continuing to come forward though, letting his fist go.
Ramos though teeing off with the jab and letting his hands go.
And there we go again, there's 5 shots he's landed in that sequence there.
And he finished on a fantastic uppercut that caught Lindsay. Lindsay going forward. Ramos still controlling the fight for me at the moment.
Just tucks up, nice defensive work from him. Really intelligent boxer, Ramos da Silva.
I think Ramos is just being a little bit busier.
Switching the stance as we saw him do yesterday.
Now he switches southpaw.
Flicking out that jab to body and head. Not giving Lindsay much chance to get close enough to let his hands go. Good work from the Brazilian in this round.
Really good work. Ramos is flicking his shots out. He's not necessarily putting a load of power into his shots, but it's keeping Lindsay at bay, keeping him thinking.
Halfway through this second round, I felt the first round was closer and there was an argument in favour of Lindsay because of that aggression and that come forward pressure, but I think the Brazilian has taken it up a notch in terms of
I agree.
IQ here. Really, really cute, smart work.
I definitely think the Brazilian is
lovely backhand there as he slipped the oncoming right hand of Lindsay.
Lindsay backing him up to the corner.
He landed a lovely lead hand just before the oncoming Lindsay got to him there, didn't he, the Brazilian? So every time there's the opportunity to do so, he gets his shots off, falling slightly short with the backhand there, but really nice work from him.
Ramos is turning him well when he's backing up to the ropes, and now he's back in the centre of the ring. Switching from orthodox to southpaw, the Brazilian.
Few and far between the opportunities for Lindsay to really let his hands go. He's been limited to single shots here and there. Lovely backhand there from the Brazilian, perfectly timed, found his range and slammed that straight into the face of the oncoming Italian. Lindsay in blue. Really good display in that second round, and that again shows that experience of Ramos da Silva, that he made the adjustments and boxed really well there. 3-2 on the judges' scorecard, so really interesting. One of the judges, of course, preferring the work of the Italian in both rounds. So the judges,
he's the only judge.
Not all in agreement,
no.
Are they? So interesting scorecards those, Luke, as we look at them on there.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I could have gone with a round each. Or
Such is the nature of the scoring. You need it up for a long time just to decipher what's going on here, because 4-1 and 3-2. So you know they're finding it difficult to have an outright sort of winner, and
I think the pressure's on now for Lindsay to.
He'll know that he's got to leave this in no doubt for this round, and of course the same can be said for Ramos da Silva, but Lindsay, I feel the onus is on him to take the fight to him, because that's the route to victory for him, isn't it? Da Silva can pick him off. He's got that relaxed style where he can be first and third and in and out, but Lindsay just has to apply that brute pressure, doesn't he, and sheer force.
Lindsay does not have the time to stand off Ramos now. He's got to really put the pressure on him, and
you can't, because he will pick you off, throwing shots from all angles.
But he's got to be careful, Lindsay, just walking in. You know, he's going to start walking onto shots.
Good work from Lindsay as he wills himself forward and launches his shots from that low position right over the top. But again, really well handled by Ramos da Silva, Luke. He didn't panic, he just stepped back, absorbed the pressure, weathered the storm. Back behind his jab now, switched to the southpaw position.
Ramos, for me, he's boxing beautifully. He's nice and relaxed. He's not tensing
Nice to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not loading up in any of his shots. He's just throwing them relaxed with speed.
Such an intelligent boxer. Lenzi though, still coming forward. Lovely backhand there, but the Brazilian just picking him off there as he came in.
You can see
good uppercut there from Lenzi though, and he felt that one. Ramos da Silva. That will have awakened him to the threat that he poses.
Good exchange here.
Back in that southpaw stance now, flicking out that jab.
Lenzi
just got to be aware defensively when he launches forward, not to allow him that open target with his chin in the air, hasn't he?
He does, he needs to be careful, but Lenzi's had a bit of success there for me.
Final minute then. Lenzi continuing to come forward and apply the pressure. Can Ramos da Silva use that against him and pick him off? He's busy with that jab. Lenzi marauding forward once again.
Ramos holding here now. Referees looking to take a point off.
That is interesting.
Could be a game changer, this one.
And the look on the face of Ramos da Silva suggesting that
great lead up.
He's surprised at that decision from the referee, but this has really incentivised Lenzi. Ramos da Silva as well realised that he's got to make sure he lands a few telling shots in this final round, and last few seconds to do so.
Another good lead up there by
Lenzi right up on his chest. Little bulldozer coming forward, swinging. A roar from da Silva and a pump of the fist. Lenzi raises his hand as well, and what an interesting final round we had there, Luke.
Certainly was. For me, Lenzi there finished quite strong, and especially getting that point taken off Ramos there would have certainly upped his confidence of
that could really impact
this
things,
fight,
couldn't it?
But he finished strong, caught Ramos there with a good lead up. We'll see how the judges have this.
So the final gold medal to be decided today. We've got England on 3, Brazil on 3. They lead the medal table as it stands. Brazil here with the opportunity to top the medal table for the teams today. Joel Ramos da Silva of Brazil in red, Diego Lenzi of Italy in blue. Italy with the chance to take their first and only gold of the day. Let's see who the judges have chosen.
2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, bout number 81. After 3 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards, where your officials and ringside score a split decision in favour of your winner and men's over 92 kilo World Boxing Cup champion 2024. Boxing out of the red corner, representing Brazil, it's Joel.
So Ramos da Silva lets out a huge roar, clenches his fist, punches the air. A smile from Diego Lenzi, because he knows he gave everything and just wasn't enough today, but really good performance from Ramos da Silva, and we can see what that gold means to him. It's a 4th for Team Brazil, meaning they top the gold medal table today. After 12 really entertaining contests, all offering something completely different, but the one thing they had in common was world-class Olympic-style boxing. What talent we've seen on display here. And the Brazilians, lots of high fives and celebrations here at ringside, because not only has their man taken gold in the super heavyweight category, but they've topped the medal table with 4. So 4 for Brazil, 3 for England, 2 for Korea, and then 1 apiece for Japan, Chinese Taipei and Mongolia. And what a day of boxing we've had here, Luke, and really important development for the boxers, of course, ahead of the World Championships in Liverpool next year, the start of a brand new Olympic cycle ahead of LA 2028, where we hope that as part of what World Boxing are doing here, of course, they've been formed for a year, they've had a good solid year of international competition, so let's hope that stands everything in good stead for LA 2028. Really important for these boxers, but
very important.
Equally important, what a great display of top quality boxing here in Sheffield.
It certainly has today, and it's a great stepping stone, and all these learning curves here to finish the end of the year off, you know, which will put them in good stead for next year.
Well, what a great day we've had here on finals day to cap off 4 days of top quality competition, and we've had that throughout because, of course, the boxers that make it through to the final have come up against plenty of talent on the other side of the draw who didn't make it through to finals day, but we've had 8 different countries represented in today's finals, and we got 100 boxers down to 26, although of course one of those finals unfortunately couldn't take place. That involved Isaac Oko of England because his opponent, Hanwell Young of Korea, sustained an injury in the semi-final yesterday, so that wasn't to be, but we still had 12 contests, lots of talent on display, medal ceremonies as well, of course, and all in all stands the sport in good stead, this, Luke, doesn't it? Because it's with what the sport has gone through and the difficulties that have happened thereafter, and the IOC, of course, overseeing the tournament for boxing at these Olympics, the Summer Olympics in Paris. Really important that we get this right, because amateur boxing is the lifeblood of the sport, isn't it? Before you even get to that professional level, like, so important.
They can't take this sport out the Olympics. Like, this is probably one of the first sports that, you know, that started up the whole Olympics, in my opinion. You know, the historic journey boxing's been through, like, it's... And also the diversity, Luke. I mean, right here in Sheffield this week, we've had Mongolian boxers, we've had Japan, we've had Korea, all over Europe, Asia, all the continents are involved in this sport at a high level as well, and that's really important for that involvement on a global scale, isn't it, for the sport's development? So much so. And many of those countries don't have that professional pathway, so this is the pinnacle for them, and rightly so. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of countries out there that have unbelievable boxers and don't have that pathway for professional boxing. And actually being an Olympian in many of those countries, and we've heard, you know, even the likes of Usyk talk about it, who's gone on to do great things, but many of them will talk about that there's nothing bigger than that in their country. They're a hero forevermore once they've competed and medalled at the Olympics. It's massive for them. And that was it for me. My dream was actually never to go professional, but it was just to be an Olympic champion. That was my dream. Lewis Richardson said exactly the same thing yesterday off air when we were talking. He said, I didn't grow up aspiring to be a professional and looking up to professionals. I looked at the Olympians and that's what I wanted to be. And he said, just the Olympics in general, never mind just boxing, he said, I just wanted to go to the Olympics. And then obviously when boxing became what he was good at and what he loved, that was his ultimate dream. That was my ultimate dream, just the Olympics. I never really watched professional boxing as a young kid. Obviously you grew up watching Muhammad Ali, the Sugar Ray Leonard, so they was the only really pros that I watched. But and even they came through the Olympic route, didn't they? Like they was my icons of the boxing world because of the route that they went through. There was crowned Olympic champions and then went on to be great. But and what it does for people as well, Luke, is, you know, being on that programme full time, and they learn about nutrition and the psychology of athletics and dealing with the pressures, and, you know, they have those mentors around them all the time. So it's also that development of people as well as athletes, isn't it? That's the great impact it can have. Most of my lifelong lessons have been in that square ring, you know, and it gave me the opportunity to travel the world at such a young age and experience life in so many different cultures and countries. It's like, that's priceless. It certainly is, and long may it continue. And this is a huge part of it, of course, World Boxing. And the competition schedule this year has been really successful. Started here, of course,
right here in Sheffield in January, went to Colorado, Mongolia, and back here full circle to Sheffield. And next year we have the tantalising prospect of a home World Championships in Liverpool. What an opportunity that is for the home countries, the home nations. And we can look forward to the final medal ceremonies now. Of course, a really important moment, proud moment for these boxers, as we see the men's 80 kilo category medal ceremony involving an Englishman who took the gold medal, Dimitri Shitu.
World Boxing Technical Delegates. In joint third place and winners of the bronze medals, representing the Republic of Korea, Min-Song Kim, and representing Brazil, Wanderlei de Souza Pereira. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Japan, Go Wakaya. And now in first place, your men's 80 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and winner of the gold medal, representing England, it's Dimitri Shitu. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Min-Song Kim, Wanderlei de Souza Pereira, Go Wakaya, and Dimitri Shitu.
Always a special moment representing your country, Luke, but especially when you get to represent them with a medal, and a lovely moment for all of these boxers, especially of course for Dimitri Shitu. I say that because he's on home soil and he gets to have this moment and share it with those who supported him. He's got great support here, and it's a special moment that'll live long in his memory, of course, at this early stage of his career.
And his confidence now going into the next year is going to be sky high, which will put him in great stead for the tournaments leading up to the...
Great potential, 22 years old, the man from Romford, so that'll make him obviously 26 for LA 2028, and presumably that is what's firmly in his sights, so loads of room for development. He's going to be at plenty of tournaments and international camps and get all sorts of sparring between now and then, so that'll give him the opportunity to develop. What an exciting prospect for Team GB ahead of LA 2028, and he'll get another chance, of course, to make a statement at the international level next year at the World Championships in September in Liverpool. Got one more medal ceremony here, and that of course is for the men's super heavyweight category, involving Diego Lenzi of Italy and Joel Ramos da Silva of Brazil.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal ceremony for the men's over 92 kilo category of the World Box Cup Finals 2024 here at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. So once again, the medals will be presented by Karina Pixon, World Boxing Technical Delegate. In joint third place and the winners of the bronze medals, representing the Republic of Korea, Taeyong Ju, and representing Germany, Nikita Putilov. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Italy, Diego Lenzi. And now in first place, your men's over 92 kilo World Boxing Cup champion and the winner of the gold medal representing Brazil, Joel Ramos da Silva. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us once again in celebrating the outstanding performances of our medalists. Tuangjo, Nikita Putilov, Diego Lenzi, and Joel Ramos da Silva.
Well, barely a smile between the four of them on the medal rostrum, but listen, great action today, and that concludes 4 days of top quality boxing here in Sheffield. If you missed any of it, you can watch it back on the World Boxing YouTube channel. The live streams obviously been on throughout the week, but you can go back and watch it, and you can get more content and see the interviews with the boxers after their fights on the World Boxing Twitter and Instagram feed, of course. And a big thank you to Luke Campbell for joining us, and really good to have you back here, of course, and a real inspiration to all of these fighters, no matter what stage they're at, because someone who's been and done it. And how have you enjoyed today?
Yeah, do you know what? I've loved it. It's brought back some memories of mine. You know, I've competed in this room several times already, and you know, I know what these guys are going through, you know, and I know how much everything depends on getting the win. And I'm sat here now, you know, done it, I've worn the t-shirt, and it's like I know exactly what they're feeling, what they're going through. And you know, just my advice is just keep working hard, keep turning up every day, be consistent, and you know, what will be at the end of the day. But just enjoy what you do. I think that's the most important thing. When you get in that ring, just enjoy what you do. All the hard work that you put into it, when you step into that ring, that's about enjoying it.
Well, great advice, Luke. Absolute pleasure and an honour to have you here as an Olympic champion, and of course everything that you achieved in the pros as well. But
thank you.
Here to inspire others, and been gracious with your time, having photos with everyone today, and that's really nice to see. So thank you. As I say, you can look back on the World Boxing YouTube channel, and of course on the social media channels you can find the interviews with the boxers and all the behind the scenes as well. Stacey Copeland here, who's been honoured to take us through this top class Olympic style boxing to round off an excellent year for world boxing, which began here in Sheffield, made its way to Colorado, Mongolia, and back to Sheffield again. And that sets us up for a cracking 2025, the World Championships, which are to be held in Liverpool. We'll look forward to that. And until then, thanks for joining us. Thanks to everybody who's made it possible here today. Many people behind the scenes putting it all together. So thank you very much, and take the very best of care, and hope you've enjoyed this excellent display of boxing here in Sheffield for the World Boxing Cup Finals.